Any Zoom attendees must use their real names to help keep accurate minutes. The chair will recognize any participants and let them know when they can speak. I will let the public speakers, you'll be granted 3 minutes, and then a 1 minute thereafter. And then if everyone could please mute yourself that was online, that would be great. So we'll do a roll call. And we will start with Mr. Dave Iverson.
Here.
Nat Lowell?
Here.
Barry Rector, not yet. And John Kishner?
Here.
Okay. Stephen Welch is running late. Abby DeMolina?
Here.
Howard Matz? No, nope, up today. And then we'll run through staff. Megan Trudell?
Here.
William Sod?
Here.
And Catherine Ansaro. Excellent. Okay, so can I please get approval of the agenda?
Make a motion to approve the agenda as written.
Second, please. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, by roll call, Dave?
Yep.
Yes, aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And the chair says aye. Okay. Any public comment not listed on the agenda? Anyone? Anyone online? Okay, moving on. We're going to move to Surfside Crossing and Plan Board discussion. We're not going to take any public comment at this time. It's just for our review, just to have any comments about the project. So is there any board member that has comments or wants to start with comments?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to recuse on this.
Dave Iverson is recusing. Makes sense.
I have a comment,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair.
Please, John.
Yeah, and again, I'm not always sure of the right way to do these things, but as I was looking at this, I wonder whether we could suggest that Mr. Feely puts an additional access to Surfside Crossing from Comet Road. I believe they own a piece of land that connects Surfside Crossing to Comet Road. And I just think it would be, for the community in that area, it would be good to relieve some of the traffic burden if we could have an additional access point to it. So I'm not sure if this is the right time to say that.
No, this is exactly what we want to do. And I was reading the old approval letter from us, and that was one thing they mentioned is 2 axes. So I think that
Yeah.
was something we should definitely, hold to. So I'm not sure what Nat thinks, or if Dave, sorry. No, Dave. So no more?
I mean, what else is there to talk about? I mean, it's an ongoing.
Well, the only thing we can really talk about
Yeah.
is the access, so.
I still think of like the road situation, the intersection, but we're so far away from getting, improving four-way stops.
Right.
Just island-wide regardless of this particular spot.
I think for the density it'll bring to it.
But what John's talking about was brought up a long time ago about going over to the other side too, so. So I would be in agreement with that if that, is an option.
So Megan, is that something
Spreading people out,
to the staff? We're going to write a letter to the select board and let them know that would be our recommendation.
Yeah, I think it would be addressed directly to the zoning board of appeals. And that's certainly within the scope of what your review should encompass. The planning board focuses on adequacy of access, so that would be entirely appropriate.
Yeah, and I think the other ones, the fire
Yeah.
and police, they're all weighing in, so
Yep.
I think that was really our concern, major concern. Anything else?
in the Maya Common intersection, which is the misalignment of Surfside Drive has been brought up. Forget about Surfside Crossing. That has been brought up since the Ellen's Way project.
No, I agree, but it's not separate.
I know, but that ends up being part of, adding more cars to that spot is what I'm trying to say, if that's what ended up happening with Surfside Crossing, because that's what they'd be coming out.
Well, I also think it adds
That's what
to a
I'm saying.
delay.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
without being aligned. And it goes back to,
No.
yeah, okay, I got that.
Anyway,
Okay,
thank you.
okay, that's our recommendation. Okay, moving on. Approval of the minutes. Anyone have any comments, edits, issues? Can I get a motion for approval of minutes, please?
So moved, both sets.
Second.
Okay, roll call. Dave?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And myself, chair says aye. Nice work, Catherine, thank you. All right, we'll take secondary dwellings and tertiary apartments and A&Rs all together, but holding out Scott Jubes at 10 Oak Hollow Road. So I'll just read them really quickly. It's AC MWG LLC, 10 Silver Street, Big Patch LLC, 69 Hummock Pond Road, The Whole Spread LLC, 332 Pulpus Road, tertiary dwellings, Dylan Wallace and Carolyn Barella, 65 Pulpus Road. We're going to skip Scott Jube, 6A Marble Way LLC, Richard Bodette, trustee for 6, 8, and 10 Marble Way, 3 Basket LLC, Town of Nantucket, 114 Orange Street. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call. Dave?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And the chair is aye. Okay, thank you. Moving on. Okay, so previous plans, we're going to go to 7661 Woodland Hill Subdivision. This is a release of final performance security. Megan?
So the applicant is requesting a release of their performance surety funds that the town was holding. This has been inspected by Mr. Pesci, our consulting engineer. We've reviewed that all conditions of the subdivision have been satisfied at this time, so staff recommends that we release the balance back to the applicant.
Can I get a motion to do that?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Dave?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And the chair is an aye. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, BLS Sub 2023-11-00435, 9 Hinsdale Road Subdivision. This is a Form J release of lots 1 and 2.
So the applicant's requesting the release of 2 lots. They've satisfied the conditions listed in condition 5 of the decision, which specifies what they're meant to do to have lots 1 and 2 released. So for that reason, we recommend that you endorse their Form J.
Okay, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, Dave?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And the chair is aye. Thank you. Okay, Maple Lane Subdivision, release performance security.
So this is a partial release of a performance surety. There's still a few outstanding items left to complete. I'm still tallying the final amount, but it's somewhere in the range of 35 to 40,000 that I recommend being withheld. There's roughly $500,000 that can be released back to the applicant, so I would recommend that you approve that.
Does anyone have an issue holding back 35, 40K on this release? Okay, can I get a motion based on that approval?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
And
Are we
the
gonna
chair
be
is aye.
more specific about the amount?
I just said 35, 40K. So
right.
you want to, let's do 40K.
Or, no, you can just say to be final amount to be determined by staff.
That's fine. Does anyone have a problem with that? No? Okay, moving on.
And I was an aye, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, public hearing, the Great Harbor Yacht Club, Tennis and Swim Club is going to be continued to December 9th. And then also being continued is BOV LLC, 33 Bartlett Farm Road. That's going to be continued till December 9th. And then, of course, is RG Gamma LLC, the Valero project at 1662 Old South Road. That is going to be continued as well. So we will start with 13 and 15 Nancy Ann Lane LLC.
And just to clarify, if one, we could have a motion to continue those 3 to
Okay.
December 9th, and 2, there is still an application that you all will discuss regarding Great Harbor Yacht Club. It's just one of the 2 applications is being continued.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to continue, please?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, Dave?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And the chair is an aye. Thank you. Sorry, now moving on to 13 and 15 Nancy Ann Lane LLC. And
Okay.
what?
Arthur's on.
Arthur's on? Perfect. Okay. And it is Dave Iveson, myself, Nat Lowell, and John Kitchener will be sitting on this application. Arthur?
Very much, Mr. Chairman.
Going back to that.
So, can you turn your volume up?
We were before the board on this a couple of months ago.
Arthur,
Yeah.
1 second. Can you just turn up your volume or move closer to your mic, please?
Got it up as high as it'll go. Let's see.
Okay.
Just double check it. Yeah, I'll try to stay as close as I can.
Okay, thank you.
In any event, this project came before the board and it had been previously submitted to the HDC, which had initially had a number of concerns about the design of the building as showing as one very large building in their view. And as a result of that, we've gone back and worked with our architect, Matt McKechnie, Emeritus, and his staff, to do revisions to the building so that what we have at this point, and I think you have the plans that show it, although there may be some further revisions after that that we've done that you don't have. The building is still really one building, and it's one building underground, but on the from the ground up, it reads as two buildings with a space in between them. That's in response to HDC concerns. The scale of the project is exactly the same as it was before, with 10 workshop spaces and with 12 residential units upstairs. Again, the number of residential units, apartments, being determined at the rate of one per 4,000 square feet in this district, with a maximum of 4 per lot, but with the planning board having jurisdiction to grant a special permit to eliminate the requirement of limiting it to 4 per lot, where the lot could be subdivided into multiple lots. In this case, this property, which is actually 2 lots at the present time, but we're going to be merging them together because the nature of the project could be divided as a matter of right into 4 conforming lots, all with the requisite area and frontage. So that would get us basically at the rate that permitted in this district to 12, 3 on each of the 4 lots that would be thus created. Once again, we're asking that be waived, as we're not increasing the density above what would be required under those circumstances. Since the last meeting, we've submitted various revisions to the plans, submitted a traffic study which had been requested, and we've presented other materials, all of which you have. Ed Pesci has signed off on all of the engineering issues that he raised, and basically, I think that we're on the basis of that in position to go forward tonight, answer any and all of your questions, and hopefully be able to proceed toward closing the hearing.
Thank you, Arthur. Commissioners, any comments?
I had a question, I guess, about now the wash bay is a rinse-only wash bay. I'm not sure how that really works, though. In this day and age of, protective film coatings and ceramic coatings on higher-end cars, it's hard for me to see how just having a rinse bay is going to do it. And how would we enforce that? Or how would anyone enforce that in terms of how people wash their cars?
Arthur, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, I believe Leo is at the meeting and he may, I'm sorry, not Leo. I'm thinking of a different case. Don is at the meeting. And the design um, of the system is such that the water will be contained and won't have any impact upon the wellhead protection. Don, are you there and could possibly speak to that for a minute?
Arthur. Yeah, so there will be a floor drain to accept the water that gets washed down there. And the floor drain will drain into an oil gas separator underground, under the floor. And then that will discharge into a pump that will go in to the sewer system. All that has to be permitted by the sewer department. So typically on any garage situation where there are floor drains and washdowns, they have a certain requirement for a certain type of oil gas separator before it can be discharged. So this really shouldn't be any different than any other garage space that has floor drains where people can wash vehicles inside those spaces.
And this will also be building inspector, building commissioner.
Plumbing inspector, yeah, it's
and a-
inside,
And
so
an
it's plumbing
on-site
inspector.
engineer doing reports as well.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll need a sewer permit before we apply for a building
Yeah.
permit as well.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, open up to the public. Any public comments? Emily?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden with the Nantucket Land and Water Council. I just wanted to follow up with a couple of comments, and I think they were mostly addressed, at least partially, in Mr. Pesci's review that was included in the packet. He did note that there was a question of justification of the waivers, and I'm not sure if that's been received by the board. Following up on the vehicle washing station, which I understand is going to be rinse only now. I also wanted to just raise some additional concerns along with what was just discussed. As far as, I think I had raised and requested a couple of times previously that be shown, the location of that be shown on the plans, along with the proposed treatment or pre-treatment of that. And I don't know if that is actually located anywhere on the current plans or if what was just presented by Mr. Bracken is in writing anywhere. I know Mr. Pesci had suggested that the planning board receive sign off from the sewer director. And I raise this primarily because of the concerns around washing of vehicles and PFAS largely. And just as sort of a point of reference, I know that the planning board sometime earlier this year issued a special permit for an expansion of the washing bays over at Airport Gas. And there were some conditions added to that permit that there be no PFAS containing soaps. It has come to light since then through additional investigations conducted through the airport's MCP process in that area that Airport Gas washing car wash has been a definite source of PFAS contamination in that area as a result of previous stormwater practices. And I think it's also just really important to remember, even though this is being conditioned and proposed as a rinse station, that, as was just mentioned, that's a difficult thing to enforce. And how it may be operated now, it's hard to say how it may be operated in the future. So I think as far as even conditioning something or considering that PFAS-free products may be used, the criteria for what constitutes a PFAS-free product is going to change as we learn more about these chemicals. So I just think that it's really incumbent upon the planning board as the agency that's permitting these types of commercial developments in our Zone 2 wellhead recharge area to make sure that the infrastructure is absolutely there to contain and handle this type of wastewater and wash water. And so I appreciate what has been proposed. I think as a member of the public, we would really like to see that firmly marked on the plans and in the record and the file before the public hearing's closed, just to really understand that that's been signed off on and approved by the sewer department, and that we know that that will be handled properly into the future.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Anyone else in the public? Campbell? Sorry. Good evening, Campbell.
Hi. Campbell Sutton. I feel a little overdressed, but I saw everyone in here last night, and they were all bundled up, and I thought, okay, well, here we are. Anyway, so I was just wondering in the discussions here on this and whether it's possible to write into the special permit, right, something where either monthly, bi-monthly, biannually, water testing of the tanks that Mr. Bracken is speaking of. I know it may seem a bit onerous at the moment, but it may in the long run have value down the road, given that it is in the wellhead recharge district. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Anyway, on those 2 points, I think realistically, the people that are going to have their vehicles here are going to be able to maintain them adequately off-site. This, again, strictly rinsing. We're not doing anything else that's not already allowed. Obviously, at this stage, we don't have final plumbing engineering plans to be able to coordinate everything together, to be able to give you final plans. But as I've said, obviously, all this will be reviewed at the building department stage before permit.
And then can we just get them when you file those as well? Just kind of
yes,
alert
yeah.
Megan and.
Absolutely, if that's a condition.
Staff review.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone online? Okay. Motion to close the public comment?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, Dave?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Okay. Commissioners?
Just I just want to just say one comment about this. This is Wally World getting redone. This isn't like new property. I mean, anything that's done in this area that's modern and today's standards is like, should be looked at a little bit more positively than just an average place. Like, this is part of, you know, the commercial mix. And I know that Emily knows this and anyone else knows this. When I hear that, I just get a little like, okay, this is good. It may sound, you know, like a new thing, but what has been going on out there for the last 50 years compared to this, I think we should all be happy. So just saying that. But Dawn, what can we do for the condition that Emily's asking for to make sure that staff has that, you know, language before we approve this?
I think we can submit it to the planning board for their review when we submit for the building.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay, very good.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I
everyone?
just had that note jotted down to myself to
Perfect,
have it
okay.
submitted for staff and engineering review prior to the issuance of a building permit
Okay.
Okay.
for review and approval.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, it just seemed to me the sewer evaluation by David Gray is going to be critical to this stuff.
Yes.
Because there's 3 or 4, even in Mr. Pesci's report, things that go directly to the sewer, and then even the number of apartments and, you know, just the volume that's going to go onto the sewer system. So I would.
Yeah, there's no way getting around David Gray's department.
No.
Just so you know.
No,
Yeah,
I know.
They're very thorough, so that's good. Dave, do you have any comments?
So it seems like we're looking to approve this since you've closed the public comment. And I kind of like to account for the waivers and where we're going with that. There hasn't been a lot of discussion about them. And I'd like just to go through them one by one, at least as a board, and see where we're at with them.
All right, you want to start off?
I'm searching right now. If you have them in your hand, you can start. I know there's an open space waiver, but they're at 21% right now, so it doesn't seem like they need it.
We don't need it. We're not asking for it at this point. We put that and the parking space waiver in there at the beginning in case we ran into an issue in connection with modifications made during the process that would result in our needing that waiver, but that hasn't transpired, so we're not asking for those.
Okay, so the parking space and the open space are off the list, and I'm just trying to find it in the packet here. I'm sorry. If someone has them more at hand than I do, that would be helpful.
I can do it.
It's a big packet.
I'm going to bring them up.
Okay, hold on. We're going to bring them up for everyone to read.
All right. Thank you, Billy.
Can you see him, Dave?
And if he gets to them, I can see him. Okay, so, that's, so apartment acts in excess of 4, I think we're all fine with that. 2 driveway access, we're all fine with that. So I guess it's really just well, I can't speak for everyone. Someone speak up if they're not. So it's really just that the open space and the parking, and the concerns with the wash bay, which we've addressed, and storage and C-Tech as a principal use, which I think we've all discussed, but I think it's worth everyone, commenting on whether they're good with that or not.
Anyone?
Yeah,
John?
Mr. Chair. It's not so much the individual ones, it's that there are so many. And so when you look at it, for me, it looks a little bit overwhelming to have so many waivers across the road from a residential area. So it's not that I necessarily disagree with any one of them, but boy, it's a lot.
Yes, absolutely.
It's a lot.
If I may, they're all special permit matters. They're all matters the planning board is entitled to act upon by special permit. It's not a matter of waiving regulations. It's a matter of the planning board having specific special permit authority to deal with these things. And when you look at them, the 4 special permits that we're asking for are 1, MCD. We all know that. 2, apartments in excess of 4. And once again, we have the justification that's specifically provided for in the bylaw of being able to increase that number where the property is capable of being subdivided into multiple lots. The 2 driveway accesses on a lot. Once again, this is something that could be 4 lots. And the traffic pattern on the property is greatly enhanced by the fact that there will be basically in and out. Regardless exactly how it's handled, access to the parking, and then finally the commercial storage, which relates to the contractor shops in the CTEC district, which again is something that's specifically called out as being in the use chart as being permitted by special permit. So we're not really asking for a lot of relief here. We're just asking for special permits, which can be acted upon by the board on the basic zoning principles of the general public interest.
Thank you, Arthur. Any more comments? Anyone? Up to the board? Barry? Happens.
All the remaining things can be done
Yeah, staff.
with water and sewer, household,
Yes.
or whatever. Right.
All Ed Patsy's concerns have been addressed, so,
And stuff is covered
Yeah.
in the language, but Emily's issue is covered.
yeah.
With all those changes and additions, I'll make a motion.
Your microphone's on.
Not your microphone.
Turn on your microphone.
Sorry, Jesus. With all those changes, I'll make a motion to approve.
A second?
Second.
All in favor? Dave?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And myself is an aye. Thank you. Sorry, one off.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
That's perfect. actually.
Welcome, Barry.
All right, moving on to,
Thank you very much.
thank
Thank
you,
you,
Arthur.
Arthur. We
Take
gotta
care.
fix
Have a
that
good night.
microphone, Arthur.
Exactly. The Great Harbor Yacht Club is continued, right?
One
the other-
application
One
was
of the application
continued and
was-
one was not.
One
Right,
is,
that's what I
right.
just wanted to confirm.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
original application is what is before you tonight.
Thank you, I just,
Yep.
And Arthur, you may want to speak to that. I think there was a miscommunication there. I'm not
Yeah,
100% sure.
I've looked at it again, and actually, it's confusing, but the right application is in there. I believe, the thing that was throwing me off is the reference to it from when it was originally filed as being 19, 21, and 23 Nobodere Farm Road, and we're not doing anything at all on 19, which is the Small Friends property. But back at the early stages, there was some thought that there would be some use of the Small Friends property and some arrangement made with Small Friends about that. But that's not the case, and that's it's just misleading that the thing was filed as, which I didn't do, as 19, 21, and 23. But this is the right application. Now that the plan that you have up here shows the situation on 23. And there's another sheet that shows what's being done on, yes, that on 19, the additional property which Great Harbor Yacht Club purchased, on which is proposed that there will be a tennis court and 4 pickleball courts. Now, at the last meeting, I think we were pretty far along the way towards getting this finalized. A few minor changes needed to be made to the plans, which Leo has done. Ed Pesci needed to sign off on some things, and Leo has been in contact with Ed about that, and Ed is satisfied. I believe you have his report. He's on everything as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, I think we skipped.
And also there was the concern raised about where things stood with the land bank, which had earlier written a letter in which you subsequently heard from additionally. We've been working with the land bank. I believe we've made great progress in, I believe we will be able to work out a mutually advantageous arrangement with the land bank that will result in their being in support, at least not in opposition to our project that involves additional public access. And we've had, as a benefit to the public, which is a matter of their concern, obviously. And we've made a great deal of progress on that, and I expect that we'll be able to get that worked out. As it's been pointed out all along, that's not directly connected to the approval of the project by the planning board, but obviously we know that we've got to have the issues with the land bank worked out in one way or another. And once again, we've made proposals. They've been very receptive and courteous, and I'm very optimistic that that'll be able to be worked out without any difficulty. Now, as you know, there's been another issue that's been raised recently, and raised rather surprisingly to us, regarding opposition to the pickleball courts, concern about the noise coming from the pickleball courts. Now, the pickleball courts will be surrounded by approximately 9-foot high fence. They will be separated from the Small Friends property by the tennis court that you see on the plan here. And then in the 15-foot buffer between the tennis court and the lot line, there will be Leland cypress plantings densely. And Leland cypresses, as you know, grow very rapidly and densely. That will provide, we think, an excellent barrier that would prevent excessive noise. Now, obviously, we have to comply with the noise bylaw. We'll comply with all town requirements completely separately from what happens before the planning board. We've had, in fact, I believe some of the materials that have been sent would indicate that we've been in no contact with Small Friends at all about this project. And that's absolutely not the case. We've been in some dialogue about um, uh, possible um, mutual areas of mutual interest, uh, possible transfers of land, possible payments to be made, and so on, with the Small Friends board and staff. As it stands at the present time, we're not doing anything along that line. We're not proposing to use any of their property and not proposing to do any specific deal with them. Now, I've seen the materials submitted by the gentleman who wrote the op-ed in the Current, and I'm not clear that he's speaking for Small Friends. He, I know, is interested in Small Friends and is expressing concerns on their behalf, but it would seem a little inconsistent with the dealings that we've had in the past, that the matter would be being presented, frankly, so stridently as is contained there. Obviously, we're concerned about noise. We have noise issues with the kids at Small Friends. Well, you know, they're kids. We don't mind. You know, I mean, it can be a nuisance at times, but they do make noise. And pickleball courts, tennis courts, as far as that's concerned, are certainly not silent. But we think that the placement of the pickleball courts and the screening that we talked about will mitigate that concern, and that the concern that's been expressed that you've seen is greatly overblown. We'd be happy to discuss any of this and any thoughts that any of the board members may have about it.
Excuse me. Can you stop banging the ball in the back, please?
Yeah, it's audible up here.
It's super distracting, isn't it? Oh, look, it's not even a pickleball.
Can you,
Excuse me, thank you.
can you please stop?
So my point is made?
Excuse me, we're not even into public
Can we get the public
testimony.
comment and then you can,
My point is made.
No,
good night. Well then, please be respectful to the board, and what we're trying to do.
thank you.
Are you? We understand. We're all going to get your chance to speak. That's okay? We get it. Can we let Arthur read? We're having a problem hearing him speak.
Thank you.
Well, Arthur, sorry for that. Can you please continue?
Yeah, no, that's basically the situation that we have here. Leo has done revisions to the plans, as I say, and been over them with Ed. Really, that's essentially what we have to submit at the present time, subject obviously to the questions that may arise.
Okay.
Leo, is Leo at the meeting? I'm expecting that he would be there.
Leo is online, Arthur.
He's online, okay. In case you have any questions for him.
Okay. Thank you, Arthur. Leo, do you have anything to add or not yet?
I'm promoting him right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Leo, you're unmuted. I'm having trouble getting switched over.
Okay. Can you hear me now, please?
Yes.
Okay. Anyways, let me just start over again. You may recall that I was involved in the Nantucket Hunting Association project, and the noise factor was an issue with that. In fact, we ended up going all the way to the state Supreme Court and winning all along the line. But I've actually consulted with Eric Thalheimer, and he's kind of a nationally known acoustic engineer. And when he represented the Hunting Association at that time, he was also representing the planning board and the town of Nantucket on that project. And if you read through the decision that came out of the land court, it was very well vetted by the land court regarding the sound issue. And I have been speaking to Eric, regarding this matter, and if there's any additional stuff that needs to be done, we'll be consulting with him directly.
Okay. Thank you, Leo.
Okay.
All right, anyone have any comments before I go to the public?
I'm set.
No, huh?
No, good to go.
Okay, okay, we're gonna open up the public. Public comments, please. Yeah, the first one to the mic wins.
Oh, sorry. Hello. I'm really nervous, so forgive me. But my name is Jen, and I'm one of the teachers at Small Friends. I've been teaching there since August of 1992. My classroom and the playground that the courts will be next to, my classroom and the playground that my class uses, as well as another preschool class, are right next to where the pickleball are going to be made. And we've been watching all the construction going and the dirt and all that. So we are very close. To say that there's a big buffer, I don't see it. The staff, the teachers, the directors, and the parents of Small Friends are concerned of the noise that will disrupt nap time, class time, both inside and outside the classroom. And I can say I used to live at 19 Overdare Farm Road, so the building that's been moved, that's in the lot. And I can say that being near the paddle courts, which is a further distance away, was extremely noisy. I was happy that people were having a good time, but we could hear the noise all the time. And this is a closer distance of where the pickleball courts are going to be and where Small Friends is. I am sure the vicinity of the pickleball courts to Small Friends will be extremely disruptive to the day of all the children of Small Friends, ages 3 months to 5 years old. It is important for children to rest. It is important for children to be able to concentrate and for children to be comfortable, to have a place inside, to have peace inside their classroom. The staff, myself included, are very worried that all of these will be nearly impossible having pickleball courts as neighbors. All children deserve to have a happy and healthy school environment and a place where they feel comfortable. That's it.
Thank you, Jen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stefan. Firstly, I'll apologize to everybody. The point is, this is incredibly distracting. You can't even run a meeting with adults, and this is not a pickleball. This is a much quieter option. If I had brought a pickleball in here, you guys would have been flipping out.
Flipped out anyways.
There's nap problems. There's, let alone the distraction. You guys already know, we're dealing with kids. We're also dealing with, a fence is not noise mitigation at all. Trees are not going to stop the noise. What's going to stop a ball from flying over and hitting my kid in the head? What's going to stop competitive men and women and their juices from screaming all day every time they get a point or don't like the call? These are all real problems. Where are they going to park? Great Harbor members, by and large, I've dealt with them my whole life. They think we're here to serve them, and I can guarantee our parking spots are going to fill right up. If you've seen their lot on the existing road, they're parked all the way out already under the street in the tennis. They don't keep their word. That tennis center was supposed to be a year-round facility. It is not. These are just things that this club has done already. I do not want them near the kids. I don't want the distraction. Our kids deserve better. This is Nantucket's future that we're talking about. You're going to have a lot of cranky kids who aren't getting the education and sleep they need. That's all. Again, apologize for my point, but I felt like that was the only way to make it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public?
Hi. Hey, my name is Matt Tara. I'm a former parent of a student at Small Friends. And my wife is actually the president of the board, will be joining shortly. My comment here is a bunch of different things. There's three real issues. There's safety, there's traffic, and there's noise. The noise to me is the most enduring issue. The other ones are incredibly important, but the noise has been downplayed by the club pretty repeatedly. First off, there's never been, to my knowledge, an independent study of the noise footprint of these potential pickleball courts on this part of the lot with this school and this building next to it. I know for a fact that Sankaty, Fisher's Landing, the Nantucket Land Bank has done reports by independent engineers to give you a decibel and hertz frequency as to how this will impact the surrounding neighbors. I think without even that kind of documentation, that the club has obviously either chosen not to. I've heard they've just said, hey, it'll be loud, we'll put some fences up and that'll be okay. But I think given the proximity to literally one of the only licensed daycare facilities on this island, it is crazy that Great Harbor Yacht Club, who spent millions of dollars on this, already has not even talked about a report or had an independent engineer talk about the sound footprint at this specific location, not at a hunting range, not somewhere else. And I think if these courts are put in, what's gonna happen? How are you guys gonna solve the problem if the noise becomes too much? If we have drunk patrons having drinks at 4 o'clock or 2 o'clock, yelling, how are you gonna control that? What if our kids can't nap? What if this school, what if that playground becomes somewhere where literally children can't use anymore? The school is financially in duress. The school is not, it's very challenging to run. What if parents don't want to send their kids to this school? And Great Harbor Yacht Club is responsible for putting indirectly or directly, depending on how you view it, putting out of business literally one of these islands' only early childhood, daycare centers. And that would be literally blood on the hands of this community, not even the board, of this community, that we would let a private club with members who primarily do not live here full round push out our children's ability to have access to daycare. My other points, the traffic, they are proposing now to not use our land because they don't want to deal with any kind of land swap, as it was called. They want to literally put the parking now 15 feet from the edge of our playground in the back of the school, and then put fences up. And then this easement issue. I mean, literally, how are we going to control it? Am I going to have these teachers patrol the parking lot during school hours? What if someone's late to their pickleball tournament and they want to go through and park their Range Rover literally in front of the school? What are we going to do about that? It creates all these issues. And the reality is, this lot was probably not built for pickleball courts. And I think we just need to think as a planning board, that's why we're here. Is this the right place for pickleball? I don't think so. I think what we also face as a town is probably a citizens article on where pickleball should be and what proximity. But I can tell you one thing. We on Nantucket can't build within 100 feet of a wetland, okay? That's not where kids are playing, are napping, are living. That's where ducks and wildlife is inhabiting. We are choosing as a community to put pickleball courts, which have been known to be one of the loudest sports in America. Communities all over the Cape, suburban, New York, you name the place, have banned them. Residents have left their houses within 100 feet of a school. And we have to be crazy. And this club ignored us, has gone to extents to make people at the school and the community feel if they speak out against this, they will literally face repercussions in their professional and personal life. So I encourage this board to think about all these things. I think without us sitting here saying, hey, is it too loud or not loud, or too much traffic? Very least, we have to produce a report. And the club should help do that. And I think that's the first step. But I think even that, once we get that, we can independently review it. But all these other concerns remain. Is it safe? Is there too many cars? I mean, my last point I'd make, perimeters around schools, like Nantucket Public Schools, from 7:30 to 3 are secure perimeters. No one is allowed. They have signs that do not trespass on our playgrounds or our fields. We need to create a secure envelope around this school. There have been shootings, there have been trespassers, kidnappings, and tons of things that can happen. It only takes one incident. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it only takes one incident. And it's really scary. And the school is already locked down as it is. So I urge the board to make such an important decision. If it's tennis, if it's a pool, maybe that's acceptable. And I don't even know if that's acceptable, but I can tell you this, putting something all around us. And I would consider one last thought. What if this does hurt the school? What if the school can't survive and Great Harbor buys that lot? And in 10 years, Great Harbor now owns Small Friends because they made the school financially unviable. People didn't want to go there. It's unsafe. It's not, that could happen. And they have a lot of money and they could turn around and get $10 million and own all of that land, no bigger farm. And it's going to be a pleasure zone for summer residents to do whatever they want, have fun at the expense of our community. So I urge this board to vote no against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Anyone else in the public?
Hello, my name is Christian Thiel. I'm also a citizen. My son here is or a resident rather, I apologize. My son is a student over at Small Friends. I just kind of want to reiterate and piggyback on the gentleman before me. It took us 3 years to find a spot for daycare for my son. 3 years. If you take one of those schools away or approve this or cause some sort of, irreparable damage, how many more years are people going to need to wait before they can find their children, proper daycare? And not only just daycare, but a place that actually has a structure and teachers that actually care about the fundamentals and the learning of the beginning years of these kids. I mean, and this foundation is probably one of the most important parts of the beginning of their lives. And on top of that, also piggyback a little bit, what happens when a few of these people decide that they're too late and they don't care about the kids running out in the parking lot? And we do our best to control these guys, but in the blink of an eye, they can go from left to right into the middle of a parking lot. And if someone's checking their phone, which I've been kind of noticing quite a bit on this island, they're not looking at the road until they hit something or until they hit somebody else. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I'm sorry. But I mean, that's a real threat. It's a real fear. And that could, I mean, that damage is absolutely terrifying. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Anyone online?
Yeah, we have Matt Dwyer.
Okay, thank you.
We'll get to you.
Oh, sorry, we'll come back to you, sorry.
Yeah,
No, it's okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just for 3 minutes.
might as well be
Thanks.
comfortable.
Matt, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thanks. Okay, just a quick few things. One, I want to, by the way, I'm, again, Matt Dwyer, and I'm a member and board chair at Great Harbor, and a Nantucket resident. I just want to be clear that Great Harbor has been in communication with the Small Friends School since we first purchased the property, even actually before we closed back in the summer of 23. Most of those conversations have since revolved around, as one of the speakers mentioned, a proposed land swap that would have resolved the land bank's restriction, side yard setback restriction concern. And the point of that is that the Small Friends worked very cooperatively with us on that plan until we decided it was better and more efficient to proceed directly with the land bank to resolve that concern. In fact, the point is that the Small Friends were working to facilitate our plan, not to oppose it. We've had 2 planning board meetings prior to this one, and we didn't hear any complaints about noise or anything from the Small Friends board, Small Friends staff, or parents until a few days ago. And I want to be clear that the plan, as the plan indicates, we are not parking on the 19 Nobodere site. So there are our members, including many year-round members, will not be traversing to get to a court late or otherwise. And I want to be clear also that no representative of Great Harbor has ever or would ever threaten anyone in any way. And to the extent that that allegation has been asserted, I would welcome evidence to that effect. And then finally, it's important to realize that this land was owned by the Small Friends. And they clearly did not have any of these concerns regarding future use when they sold the land. And the the entity that we purchased the property from was running a business there that did have vehicular traffic traversing up and down the driveway, had animals running around the property, and was totally unsightly mess, similar to the Wally World description
Thank you,
that,
Matt.
that Nat mentioned. So that's all I had. Thanks for your
Thank you, Matt.
service.
Good evening.
Hi, everybody. My name's Nicole Tara. Nice to meet everyone. I think I'm a new face in some of these circles. I'll introduce myself briefly. Thank you for allowing me to be late. I was actually flying in from a job interview in New York, and I just got back, and I'm very excited because I was just offered the job. So thank you for standing with me and allowing me to be late. However, this is not about me. This is about Small Friends. I am Nicole Tara. I am a resident of Nantucket since 2020. Me and my husband, Matt, and our 2 kids moved out here. Actually, I gave birth at Nantucket Cottage Hospital in 2021. Shout out Nantucket Cottage, best experience of my life. I'm a new entrant to this community. I haven't been involved locally whatsoever, but I have been a parent, and I've been a parent specifically to a child that attended Small Friends. And what became evident to me a week ago, when I agreed to take the interim president of the board position at Small Friends, is that there was a significant underrepresentation of this school in this specific matter. And I actually stumbled upon it because I happened to be watching the last planning board meeting on YouTube, which I appreciate that you will record and make available, and was pretty shocked to hear that there wasn't representation from the school president. And so Matt was absolutely right. There wasn't anyone here. And so we felt as though, and the school agreed almost unanimously, that it was time to take a stand because we felt rather misrepresented in those communications. We addressed a letter to this board that I believe was in your packs. It outlines very specifically what we're concerned about. There are a couple of things that really irk us. One is the insinuation that there have been multiple opportunities to take a stand. Quite frankly, there have been multiple board members who have been outgoing and communication has been difficult. And I'm not going to speculate why those board members felt as though they needed to leave, but I think the notion of conflict of interest has been a topic that is pretty safe to assume perhaps could be in the consideration set here. I, for one, do not operate a business or have any kind of stakeholder value on this island, so I feel very non-conflicted to stand here before you. First and foremost, we chiefly want there to be a sound impact study made so that we can impartially or partially determine what the ramifications of these facilities will be, right? Like, we don't know. And for those of you that haven't heard pickleball, I felt it was really important today that we heard a pickleball.
We got a sample.
Because
We got a sample.
that was a tennis racket. Pickleball is extremely loud, like double the decibel and hertz frequency of tennis, right? And so picture this, the strokes are very short and brief, and you hit back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's a really repetitious sport. So this ×4 is what we're gonna be hearing all day, every day
Nicole.
at Small Friends.
Your 3 minutes are up.
I thank you for letting me have this time before you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the public? Mr. Anderson? Oh, sorry, ladies first.
Hi, everybody. My name is Heidi Fee, and I'm the interim executive director at Small Friends of Nantucket.
Hi, Heidi.
Everybody spoke kind of about what I would exactly say about the sound and the extreme disruption of our entire school. Mr. Reed, I believe you said that they are a nuisance. They are not nuisances. They are 69 of our tiniest islanders that matter here, and their parents work here. Their parents work at the police department. Their parents work at the fire department. Their parents work at the town building and the school and the hospital. They are not a nuisance, and they deserve to grow and learn in tranquility. And I feel like that comment right there says it all, because Great Harbor Yacht Club is viewing us right now as a nuisance. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Stop.
You have Mr.
Yeah, Mr. Anderson, please come up.
Scott Anderson. I just have some facts. here that I picked up over the years. We do a lot of sound continuation, we do a lot of building downtown, so on and so forth. So I'm pretty familiar with SDC ratings and so on and so forth. A pickleball at a pro level, 100 feet away has a 70 decibel rating. 200 feet away, it's 6 less, so that's 64. So that is far less than a jet airplane who flies over at less than 1,000 feet at 150 decibels. Is a lot less than a single turbo engine with 97.7 decibels it flies over. A motor vehicle, which my dear friend Mr. Jellamy has diesel trucks coming out of there every day, which is 200 feet, which is just as close as the pickleball courts will be, is 100 decibels. An average car that runs at 30 miles an hour is 80 decibels, and that's the speed limit at Nobodere Farm Road. In addition, a study was done by the National Hearing Conservation Association of 110 children, ages 6 to 14, in a school, and the decibel, level of decibel there was 90 decibels. That's inside the school. On the playground, it was 115 decibels. That's more than twice as much as we have coming off our pickleball courts. Now, when I say the decibels are at 70, that's at pro level. There's no pros out at the Greater Harbor Yacht Club at this point in time anyways that I know of. And furthermore, we intend upon doing acoustical solutions of soundproofing. We have many different options on there, which would lower that even further. Each fence we put up would be lower that decibel rating by 10 to 12 points. We plan on putting 3 fences up. You're worried about people coming in and out of there. The court is going to be completely enclosed. There'll be a fence there for maintenance only. It will not, and the Greater Harbor Yacht Club does not want anybody going in through there. They want everyone to check in through their front desk, so they have control over the pickleball courts and the tennis court. All right. In addition, this is just some stuff from the International Building Code. So every building that is supposed to be built has a minimum SDC rating of 50, which is sound transmission, that will be allowed inside the building. So
Can you finish it up?
my mathematics with our sound attenuation
Scott.
would be far less than 50. So that building
Scott,
should not.
your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
I'm sorry?
Your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, sorry.
All right, thank you.
Well, that's all I got to say then.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I didn't know what that sound was. No, it's
That's-
new to me, sorry. I apologize.
That's his timer.
So, anyone else in the public? Anyone online?
No hands are raised
All
online.
right, so I think we're going to leave the public comment open, but any comments from the commissioners? Thoughts? Go ahead, lead it off.
You want to tee it up? Go ahead.
Yes, you're
Oh.
going.
Where was everybody at the last meeting?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, well, it does matter.
No.
Because none of us knew about this issue or the pushback. And I look at this as the Small Friends, and my son went to Small Friends. Know most of you. They sold this land to Dylan Wallace and moved that building that used to be the miniature golf course that I guess we should have kept. I don't know. The bowling alleys that we used to have, that we need, but we don't have. And then he sold it to them. Why didn't Small Friends buy it? I'm just saying, what did they think was gonna, what?
No. We're not doing
I
the
understand that. I'm saying it just as a point that they sold the land and it's in commercial zoning. There's already pickleball and other courts right behind it. It's all in the same area. This is a very difficult situation to have to all of a sudden see this pop up like this with all this concern that, and this is, we face these kind of things, not exactly like this, but change itself is always a problem. Okay, do you hear the pickleball from the other courts? Or is it completely, you don't hear anything? Anywhere except this new one will be loud, but all the other ones are okay? I mean, there's going to be conditions, if this is approved and this finally gets through all the different processes, it's not going to stay exactly the same forever. Like, I brought this up at the last meeting or the meeting before, whenever it was, with what Scott was talking about. If the new school, they're already walking between the properties, okay? That's just how things work here. If those two schools were built at the same time, I'm being hypothetical with you, you would have one entrance going to two different buildings because it's dangerous the way it's set up now. You pull out of there, you don't know what that car that's got their direction on, if they're going into the new school or if they're going into the small friends. But this is what ends up happening. When things get developed one at a time, one thing at a time, and then the changes come that are inevitable, you have to make a decision. You can't just look at it like it's all one brand new project for the whole place. You have to look at how things fit and how it evolves. So I think, though, unfortunately, this has got to get worked out, in my opinion, okay, with people meeting, sound-minded people meeting and talking about this. Because if this was, if there was no pickleball and no tennis nearby, this would be a different conversation, in my opinion. Thank you.
Taking it. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. I have grandchildren, so I understand very clearly what you were all talking about, and I would have the same concerns. I'm not a member of the Great Harbour Yacht Club. I do know Mr. Dwyer, and I've always found him to be an extremely caring and respectful individual. So, I think if something can be worked out, I think Mr. Dwyer, as far as my opinion, is a good man to work it out with. With that said, I do think a noise impact study is really the next concrete step, to get some data-driven, what does this really mean? Because, Scott, all due respect, there is a little difference between a jet coming over every 20 minutes and four pickleballs going up and down every 3 seconds. So I think what the community is asking for is the right thing to get a noise study done. I can't speak for Mr. Dwyer, but my guess is he will be helpful in that. I can't speak for him. But that should be the next step. I think before this board does anything, we should get that. And if, picking the right company to do that is something you're going to have to work out with Great Harbour Yacht Club, because by the time it comes back to us, there shouldn't be any doubt at all about the validity of the report that you have. So that would be, I would urge you all to try to work it out with Mr. Dwyer to get this study done as fast as you can, and then let's go from there. And in the meantime, I hope your kids do nap and, get the beginnings of an education that will stand them in good stead. So, thank you.
Yeah. Want to do a quick bit of research since this has just come up. Just a few things I'm going to offer to you that no matter what happens here, one of the things that I've always loved about being on the planning board, especially with applications of this nature, is their special permit. And special permit carries a very special weight to it, such that it pays to be an incredibly good neighbor. It pays to try to work well with people, because if not, then those same people have a right to come back before the planning board and ask that the application be reopened for examination. And the planning board, once they've taken testimony in, can change the decision about what is currently going on. So every applicant who does a special permit is faced with having to kind of get it right the first time. Because if they don't, what they don't want to have happen is have the neighbors come in, have it remanded back to the planning board, and the planning board invoke its new wisdom onto the situation, which could be a number of things. It could be decreasing parking spaces, it could be decreasing court size. There's a lot of things that can happen. So I want you to rest assured that at least if, as the future progresses, no matter what, that this isn't a one and done deal. You have that ability to be able to come back to this board and ask for it to be reheard with the new information available. And I think that's very important for you all to understand. Not for today, but as the future rolls along. In terms of doing a sound study, something's should happen out there, I think, because you're not only going to have to figure out what the sound is that's going on, but also what mitigation strategies are going to happen with it. I don't think it's such a bad, I mean, I hear it. I don't think it's such a bad idea. Sound is kind of a fascinating thing when you look at sound in a typical area like that. I mean, we've heard decibels floated around a lot, and that's the standard of sound measurement. But typically in an area just left to its own accords with where this is located, you're probably getting about 50 to 60 decibels occurring right there. Now, sound is also interesting too. It's like light in the sense of the further away you get from it, the less sound is, you don't hear it as much. So every time you double the distance on something, the sound decreases by a certain number of decibels as well too. So depending upon where the carts are in relation to where you are, although people are saying, yeah, okay, when I'm here at the pickleball, I'm banging away at it, you're hearing 70 decibels worth of pure noise. Back up far enough and that noise dissipates. And the question is, where is the acceptable threshold with that? But it's not what's in front of you. I mean, the only other argument that sits there is it's a repetitive noise, and that I get. It's not like traffic or planes flying overhead where it's a function of it's transient sound. This is more of a continuous thing. One thing that maybe could be entertained at a minimum through the club is that, especially in shoulder seasons and stuff, maybe they can move and utilize courts that are further away from the school when they first are assigning people to it. So it might be just because, again, the further back we go from the property line, the less noise you're going to hear in the process. So that might be one of many solutions that are out there. But I do think you'll want to know what type of mitigation strategy is going to be involved in the process and what that's going to do. And I get the sense there may be more than one option with it. So I think working with Great Harbor might be a really good plan here to see if there's a mutually acceptable thing in terms of what we're going to do to deal with the sound levels itself. Things like parking that you've mentioned, safety issues, well, Belvedere Farm Road, it's its own beast unto itself, shall we say. Because it's not just a regular road, it also encourages a lot of truck traffic as well too. That, nothing we can necessarily do to deal with that. But if you're finding that people are not being good neighbors, like parking on your property and stuff, you have a tremendous ability to be able to change that rapidly. And if Great Harbor Yacht Club doesn't want to necessarily yield to what you're saying or take truth in stock in what you're saying, like I said, we are back for a trip to the planning board, and we're going to have a slightly different conversation with that. So there are some things that I think that we can control. I'd like to think that Great Harbor will try to be a really good neighbor with this so that we're not encountering this having to come back before the board in the future. I'm not ready to close this in any way, shape, or form yet, but I think as things are moving along, you're going to need to have a few other additional conversations with them. And I would hope at this point, if they haven't heard it, they really do kind of need to work. I think they've been trying to work with you, but I'm not getting a firm sense of that. As Nat said, I think we're all a little surprised that we're just hearing about this now, but life isn't perfect. Life isn't perfect. It sometimes takes a while to get people together to form a common cause to things. So I'm also going to say too, it took a bit, but here we are. So I would encourage you to see what can happen in the course of the next month or so, but I would certainly encourage you to reach out and work with them. And I'd like to think that they're going to be the proactive party here and reach out to you first and see where we're at. We'll keep our eyes open for it. I hope that helps. It's not easy sitting on the board because everyone's entitled, when people purchase something, they're all entitled to something with it. And our job is to try to make sure that we make it fit to the best of our abilities. So something's going to happen here. I just don't quite know what yet. But they have rights as well too. And the only way the board can really deal with that is if it's something very arbitrary or capricious in nature, or it's just glaring at you and saying, never mind, project, you're done. We're done with the project. This to me has some workable solutions to it, but we're not there yet. So I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
Mr. Chair, Mr. David Iverson's
Okay, thank you. Dave?
up for a while.
Thank you. I thought I was going to have to come down and come into the meeting.
That's the problem. You left the room, so here you go. You get to go last. Go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple things. It's unfortunate, and I don't mean it in a way that to cheapen what the Small Friends people have said, but it's unfortunate that we've had this application before us for, I think, close to 5 months, and they're just coming forward. But regardless, I think that their points are important. I support the idea of a sound study just because I think that it will help the club know what kind of attenuation that they may need to use to bring the noise down to an acceptable level. I also think that, that open lines of communication with Small Friends would be healthy. I think if Small Friends has a nap time hour, that the club should consider closing those courts during that time. I also, just for some clarity, because there's been so many different versions of this, I just want to make sure that the club no longer is trying to access parking through the Small Friends parking lot, because that was very troubling to me. And I just want to be confirmed that that's no longer going to take place. If someone could answer that through you, Mr. Chair.
This application specifically does not involve any access through the Small Friends.
Okay, great. That's great news, because that for me at least was a scary thought. We all know how 2 or 3 year olds are. They're in your hand 1 second and they're sprinting across a parking lot the next. So I think that is a positive move on this application. So for me, I would like to see. I would like to at least see what the club plans for sound attenuation and how they will address the noise. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Abby?
Hi. I just had a quick question. I actually used to live over there, and I know there are already pickleball courts. I believe they are public ones, maybe run through the land bank. Do we know if they possibly have done any sort of noise assessment? Because I hear everybody calling for and asking for it. And I was just wondering if we might already have some data for the other courts more before they put them in. Just thought I'd ask.
So Abby, we're lucky tonight. We have Miss Rachel Slozak, interim director, land bank here. Welcome.
All right, perfect. So I guess through you, Chair, if
Hang on,
Rachel could answer that, that might be helpful.
Yep, here you go.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Rachel Freeman. I'm here representing the Nantucket Islands Land Bank this evening. We're currently in the process of working with the NRSA on an expansion of the pickle paddle facility. And we do have a sound study built into that design process. So that's ongoing at this time. We don't have any information yet. The paddle or the existing pickle courts have not received any complaints, but there was no studies done originally as we're far enough away from abutters that there wasn't concern. And also they were built before there was common knowledge that pickleball and the noise associated with it was considered a nuisance. So thank you. We'll be in the process of doing that basically.
Thank you.
And you have Matt Dwyer's hand raised again.
Okay. Matt, you got 1 minute, please?
Okay. Thanks, John, first for your kind words. I appreciate it. Question, as you've seen, we have mitigation, sound attenuation as part of the plan. It's my understanding that we would be obligated to adhere to the town noise ordinance and bylaw. If you were to approve the plan today and we proceeded with the rest of the process and ultimately were found to be in violation of the ordinance, then we would obviously be obligated and happily do whatever additional mitigation was necessary, including ceasing the operation. But conducting this sound study, I'm just curious if the board could give us some insight again into what would our target be if it wasn't to be in compliance with the zoning ordinance? What would be considered an approvable level of sound emanating from the courts?
All right. Thank you, Matt. Well, from my perspective, I feel like, not to speak for everyone on the board, but I feel like your construction details are more important. So not come back later on. I think whatever you're going to be doing needs to be done now. I think if you're going to do sound deadening, it needs to be, the product, what it does. I think it was 60 Minutes, did a whole study on pickleball courts. So I think if there's a way to get, ahead of this and by creating details, I think that would be wise. I think that you should also be sitting down with the members of the Small Friends. I think there should be some agreement and arrangement, and where they're comfortable. As a father of 2 daughters, I would definitely agree with, the nap time and the disturbance, and I think that that's really kind of important, and we really want to be sensitive to this area. But that's, from my perspective, it's about the details. As Bernie Bartley used to say to me when I went to the building department, I don't want to see brake lights, I want to see headlights. And so from my perspective, I'd like this squared away. I don't want reopening this permit. We will if we have to, but I would rather get it right the first time. That's my opinion. And I'm not sure what the pleasure of the board is, but that's where I stand. So, anyone else?
I agree with you, Mr. Chair. We get it right the first time.
All right. Do we want to hold this till the next meeting? And
I think so. I would say definitely want to hold it to the next meeting. I'm just, bear with me for 1 second. I'm sorry. The Nantucket The land bank. All right, I'm sorry, where exactly are those pickleball courts again? Refresh me.
All back here. Behind.
That's what okay.
It's gonna go.
Behind those pools.
Yeah,
And
they're before the CPC right now.
that's fine. And are there problems with the noise, the ambient noise, or the noise that's being registered out of those courts?
I think this is first news they're hearing of this as well.
I'm just curious if there's a problem, though, with those courts.
Do you want to? Yeah. Whoever wants to, can you go to the mic?
I'm sorry, so I'm asking again.
Can someone go to the mic, though?
Come to a microphone.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, I just need to take a minute or two to wrap my head around this, because this is really kind of an important point. So,
Thank you, John.
the pickleball courts of the land bank,
Yes.
are you hearing that noise?
No, you can't hear that noise, but there's
All
a
right.
bike path between.
No, I know,
Okay.
I'm actually
Oh,
looking
okay.
at the
Yeah,
map, and that's,
you can't hear it from the classroom. No, you can't hear it from the playground.
okay.
But it's a difference between where these new ones are going.
I get that completely, and that goes back to what I was saying earlier, that as the distance changes, so does the sound value change. And they actually have buffers as well, too. You've got the bike path, you've got a bike path running through there,
Right.
and they've got vegetation as well.
Right, but can I repeat one thing I said?
I'm sorry, I apologize.
That's okay. No, I was just gonna say, but when I lived in 19, where those pickleball courts, I lived there.
Yep.
And you could hear the racquetball courts or paddle courts from that distance. So there, from that distance, you could hear it, but not from where the school is.
Not from where the school
Yeah.
is, because that,
Grace, I'm speaking for us. I can hear. Yeah.
but I'm sure there's some ambient level that it's there, and maybe that can be part of their target objective that Great Harbor Yacht Club can look at.
Oh, I guess, I don't know about.
You know what I'm saying? But there's a sweet spot that will occur in here, where all of a sudden that noise will become background noise as opposed to, you know, what we think we're gonna hear. And I think, again, it's good to have some direction with them to know what the target objective is in terms of, you know, how much noise are we looking at getting generated, and what can you do to reach a mitigation strategy to get there?
But I think that goes back to the details. If they have a blanket or a curtain, whatever that is that they were talking about in the report I saw.
Right.
If that drops it, you know, 50% or whatever that is, then I think it goes back onto them. Is that acceptable? Is there some way to do a test, or we're gonna check that?
Right.
Yeah.
So we're trying to get everyone
Sure,
on the
I
same
get it.
page.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I,
Oh, Mr. Iverson, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I just think before we move past this, I think it's important that we give the applicant pretty concrete information on what we want to see. To just continue this and walk away till next month doesn't really give the applicant, you know, anything to work on, really. Does that make sense to my fellow board members? I mean, I think we need to be pretty concrete in what our expectations are for next meeting. Because I feel, and I'm not saying this because I think we should vote on this, but I'm saying that this has been before us for 5 months, and it's really time for us to come to a decision. And I don't think we have all the information we need for that yet. And without giving pretty direct instructions to the applicant, I don't think we'll get there next month either. So, just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. John?
yeah, just following on from David, I would suggest that the noise impact study, it isn't any use really looking at someone else's, even down the road. It needs to be done for that property and, you know, those courts and your property. So I would say for the next meeting, we wouldn't like to see that study done.
And it sounds like the land bank has got some information or something
Yeah,
on that, so.
the only thing about that is I think it would be dangerous to say we've looked at the land bank thing and translated.
No, I was thinking that, no, use their piggyback their experts to kind of do this for us.
If I may,
Yeah, go ahead, Arthur.
I'm going to suggest at this point, I see exactly where we're headed at this point, and there's no question that you're going to be putting this off until the next meeting. And between now and the next meeting, we will engage a qualified noise consultant. And it'll be the same one that Leo was mentioning earlier, who had worked on the hunting association matter and had represented the town and the planning board in connection with that litigation as well. We'll engage them to produce a report as to which presumably will include projections as to the anticipated noise and recommendations as to what mitigation would be appropriate to reduce the amount of noise to an acceptable level.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Barry, do you want to, wait, could Barry say something, and you can, I'll go to you.
No, that's okay.
I was just going to respond to Mr. Reed's
I can wait a second.
We at Small Friends absolutely align with the direction that this committee is taking in moving forward with the study. We would only ask that the consultant be chosen amongst both of us so that we can ensure that there is some third-party status to the information that comes back.
Yeah, and if you could please work,
It would be our pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No offense coming late to the party, but which we respect that you're here, but it has been a long time.
No, I appreciate that. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you very much. Sorry, Barry.
No, that's okay. I wanted that to happen. This facility is only open to the people at Great Harbor Yacht Club, correct?
Understanding.
Am I correct? There's no public in the process involved here?
Other than the school.
There is.
Other than the schools, but I want to deal with the subject property at hand.
Hold on, Arthur, I just wanted.
Yeah, Arthur?
We have, and this is all part of our arrangement with the land bank. We have 35 resident members of the racket facility that are not members of Great Harbor Yacht Club. That's because public access to the property is a matter of great concern to the land bank, and we are providing that. In addition to the stuff that we discussed at the last meeting, which will be continuing, obviously, regarding the benefits to the school tennis teams, and we're also providing, we're discussing with the land bank some additional public benefits that will be provided as well. But that's what we're talking about here.
That's fine.
Yeah, I just didn't know if they were all members, if there was just a sticker system that you could use on their automobile, so if there is any stray traffic parking, the car becomes highly identifiable in one fell swoop. Just a thought.
Yeah,
You know,
does Westmore.
And that may help alleviate the situation where if they did park in your lot, it's like, oh, that sticker right there tells me a volume of something. And that sticker would be required for them to be able to park in and utilize the facility.
Okay.
So just another thought.
All right.
Thank you.
Everyone satisfied?
So
Continue.
just a couple things to add to what
Mike on? Yeah.
Barry said, Joe, I forgot which one of you said it. Since you guys are just, and I don't want to say new, but this is the first time you've been here, you got to make sure that everything that they plan to do or not do under the special permit, the conditions, and this is the most important thing, what Barry talked about with that. The other courts in the surrounding area don't have like conditions to, you can't play at this time or whatever. It's public, right? This is different. This is like having a restaurant with operating hours and those, got to put your hood fans higher because the smoke is drifting over here and we don't like it, okay? I mean, this is what this is going to be like. Where they're going to park. Are they parking at the new school and walking through? I mean, that was brought up at the last meeting. All these things matter. Like, this is 4 pickleball courts surrounded by pickleball courts. Okay? I mean, it's true. I mean, this area has changed an awful lot since it was something else. The carnival used to be out here. So anyway,
Sorry.
I just want to make sure
Who pressed the Zoom?
That's you, Joe. I didn't do it.
it.
Oh,
Sorry, my bad.
so,
I can't see anyone behind me.
so what, I just want to make sure that you guys understand that the conditions that can be put on them, a special permit, and Barry didn't bring this up, can be opened at any time. Like, this is like a living, breathing piece of paper. It may not look like a big deal, but if there's violations of certain things, we can open the public hearing. And that's just how it works. It's like, kind of like wearing an ankle bracelet kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's just the way it is. We do it with the restaurants, West End, with Millie's. Brotherhood has it now. I mean, this is normal. So we don't want you to feel like, I'm not upset that this is like last minute. I mean, I was when I found out about it, but I get the concerns. But at the same time, this isn't the first pickleball court in this area. And the land changes that happened are all part of what happens here. But we have to look at this from what it really is. We can't get totally into the weeds with everything. We have to look at this, constructively and work with the Great Harbor. They're not gonna wanna violate anything, okay? They've been good to Nantucket in the last 15 years or whatever. So, we start out with, other institutions with Westmore, whether it's Nantucket Golf, they start out, nobody wants these people, and then all of a sudden, everybody that didn't want them are at all their events. That's just how it works here. Okay, so we're gonna continue this, Mr. Chairman.
I'm just gonna ask.
So I wanna make sure you have every bit of information from them before we have our next meeting.
Arthur, you're fine with the continuance?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. All right. Can I get a
All right,
motion?
motion to continue.
Second.
Second.
Do we have the action deadline set up right? We need to fix it because it says 9.
We'll give you whatever you need.
Take care of that, Arthur? Okay, very good.
Okay, so roll call. Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
And the ayes. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for coming.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to Arthur. Okay. Richard and Joseph Liddell and Jane Ladar, trustees of Revocable Trust for 62 and 64 Sanctuary Road. Art, how are you, sir?
Very well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the applicant, Gasparro, Nantucket Engineering, we're before you tonight with the second public hearing for the proposed subdivision of number 62 and 64 Sankaty Road. There are currently 2 lots that exist, and we are proposing to divide it such that it will turn it into 3 lots. And as you may recall, this is serving as a proof plan for our intention to come back with a so-called rear lot subdivision special permit and follow-up A&R plan. A lot of just to cut straight to it, I think, and a lot of the discussion at your first hearing was concerning the driveway accesses, safety, for the access to the property. And so we had continued for a couple of months and done some additional work out there and prepared a driveway access plan, which would essentially be what we use at our next step. And we've proposed that we would restrict one of the lots against driveway access directly to Sankaty Road and use a common driveway along the south side, which is shown in the magenta color. And then in red, I'd like to just run through some of the changes that we've proposed. There is a bike path easement that runs across the frontage of this entire property, and we would maintain the height of the vegetation within that easement to no higher than 3 feet, which would, I think, greatly improve the sight distances in that area. You may recall this is essentially the southern, if you would, terminus of the Pulpus Road bike path is where this ends. And we've proposed to make some improvements to that area where there's sort of a larger area of pavement. It's not well defined and clear where the bike path then meets the road. You sometimes get some pedestrians that I think tend to enter that roadway without the probably proper level of care that they should. I don't know that we could completely correct that. However, we've proposed to reduce the width of that pavement, and we would have our new driveway that comes in and have an apron, and then have a small grass area between the driveway and the end of the bike path. We've proposed to relocate the crosswalk about 12 feet to the north from where it is, so that it's more closer to where you have to take a more sharp turn at the end of that bike path, again, trying to stop sort of the more free flow, if you will, of the bicycles continuing out there. That portion of the road's been recently repaved, so it would be a good time to put the new crosswalk back in. We've proposed to add a couple of bike path ends signs, again, hopefully improving the safety there of that area. And we'd have a proposed apron that would serve this common driveway. Would also just like to mention that, right now there's the one existing driveway that serves number 64 Sankaty Road. By right, we could have another driveway if we weren't doing any subdivision that would then serve 62 Sankaty Road. And so even after this subdivision, there's really no net increase to what would currently be allowed. And we think that with these changes to the condition of that terminal end of the bike path is actually an improvement. We have also gone over this with the transportation planner and the DPW director, and there's correspondence in your packet concerning this. So I hope that I understand there are still some outstanding concerns from the public, but I hope that the board agrees that this is a proper layout for the access to this lot, and we'll be happy to take questions or concerns should you have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. Any commissioners have any comments for us? Yeah, public, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name's Rob Benchley, and I'm an abutter from across the street at 65 Sankaty Road. And I'm wondering, do you folks have this drawing that I produced? With your permission, may I come up?
Yeah, please do. Yeah,
absolutely.
I sent these to Megan earlier today, and
Thank you.
they're almost in full knowledge.
Thank you.
Can you get one to Art? Thank you.
Pardon my prayer.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley. Appreciate it. Hi.
Oh, yeah, okay, good. I apparently have the best copy. Okay, thank you. So this is just obviously a photograph, panoramic of the end of those Pulpus bike path at 62 Sankaty Road. And I'll show you I've already delineated. All the way over on the left is the Shell Street, Ann's Lane. And notice the bus stop for the northbound lane. And then parallel to the proposed new driveway is the Eldridge Lane, which serves 3 households. And then the yellow line shows the approximate location of the lot, the southern lot line of 62. And then the existing pad where the bike path comes out into Sankaty Road. And Mr. Gasparo mentioned that they just recently paved Sankaty Road, and I took the liberty, and I should reveal that the crosswalk I put on there is Photoshop, but I just wanted to show you the approximate location of what got paved over. And then you've got the bench and the couple of posts that the people use to lock their bikes to. Coming over to the right, you've got a stop sign that few people stop. Few people use that stop sign. A utility pole that looks pretty immovable, and then the thickly settled 25-mile-an-hour speed sign for the cars, which few people pay any mind to. Anyway, so as proposed, I know they're proposing on moving most of these elements to the north, but at any given time, especially in the summer, really, there's such a congestion here, people coming down the bike path, and they congregate near the bench, sometimes 10 at a time, and it's all day long. They're consulting their maps and their cell phones and everything else. And then people are coming out of the Eldridge Lane driveway. A lot of landscapers going up and down Ann's Lane has become a little thoroughfare. And then the bikers that are coming from the village up towards the bike path, who they kind of swerve in the middle of the road and then go onto the bike path. And it's just a really congested site. And our concern is that putting the new driveway on the southern end of the lot would add, whether or not you move these elements to the north a little bit, just seems that adds another route for potential crash, or we're just thinking about the public safety, and I'm wondering if there's a consideration to move the access driveway closer to the northern lot line. And I think that's all I was thinking about.
Thank you, Rob.
Thanks so much.
Amy?
Amy Eldridge, 56 Sankaty Road, a direct abutter. I've spoken to Art, had lovely conversations. I've also had an in-person meeting with the Benchleys and Mr. Leader and his wife. It was okay. We were being good neighbors and hearing each other out. I just still don't get the feeling that they completely understand the situation that the neighbors who live here 24/7, 365 are going to have to deal with. So Mr. Leader was not aware that his property goes all the way to, and I'm not sure you can see in there, but there's a little mark of about a 20-foot swath of hedge that belongs to the opening of our driveway. So he realized that the stake in the ground next to the hedge. So he's like, oh, great, we can bump this closer to the hedge. So my concern is that they're going to put a standard driveway in, but it's all going to culminate still in a bad section. They're talking about possibly moving the crosswalk north up the street just a bit, but now that crosswalk will not line up with the two NRTA shuttle bus stops. And seeing that crosswalk potentially could be at the end, if you're coming from the village to the bike path, it's not really kind of like lined up the way that it currently was pre-paving, and gave people a better guideline as to where they're going. But on the day in question that we were there, standing out in the middle of the road on a Sunday looking at this, a prominent former state representative from Nantucket rode right out into the street, didn't stop, clear markings, and a very prominent insurance agent on a bike flying off the bike path through all of us. And it's like, even the locals are like crazy and not stopping. So, I mean, if they know that bike path's been there for 20 years, and I understand that it's a bad turnout, bad layout, because back in the day, there wasn't as much stuff going on. I understand that point. But we have locals who've known that bike path's been there for 25 years and still proceed without caution, that you can't expect people who don't know Nantucket to understand the same thing. And I understand, but I just have serious concerns that this isn't right for that area. And I as a direct abutter, the only question and request that I have had from Jump Street is that this driveway be off of 64. Now, my understanding is that when the sewer gets extended to 64, which whether or not the town does that or Mr. Leader pays for that out of pocket himself to tie in, when that septic becomes abandoned, so to speak, I guess that's what they call it when you tie in, that they're gonna have to drain that, fill it with sand, and people can drive over that, because that was Mr. Leader's comment to me was, well, there's a septic there. So if they're getting sewer, then the septic's a moot point now, and why can't 64 that driveway be widened and use it that way, and then this really isn't as big of an issue. But now you've got two lots, so we've reduced the amount of cars coming in and out of there, because my best suggestion, once these sell off, that there's gonna probably be between 6 to 9 cars periodically coming in and out of that driveway during the height of the season. I know that there's a lot coming out of my driveway, and, you know, we're as careful as we can be, but that stinks for where the delineation of the end of the bike path is and the driveway. And I think just removing the asphalt and the bench and clearing out that funky utility pole, you know, the vegetation should be cleared, period, end of story, whether or not the subdivision's going in or not as the property owner. But I just feel like we aren't asking for a lot. And I do have a dog in the fight, but I feel like if we could just figure out how they could use 64, I think a lot of us would be pretty happy, and we'd walk away going, okay, well, we've done good for the community, because they don't have to live here 365/24. We do. And I see way more than they do. And, you know, like Nat said, you know, these meetings go on, people don't show up, all of a sudden last minute. Well, I came to the last one, I was told I was putting the cart before the horse. And here we have people that didn't put the cart before the horse, being told you should have planned, been reading, known about all this stuff. So I feel like I've done my due diligence, and I would just hope that the board would respect the community members in the sense that trying to work out with the leaders, which I have tried. They don't want to, they want to go where they're at, which is fine. I understand there could be 3 driveways there, but I think this all could be solved just by sharing and widening the driveway that currently exists at 64 Sankaty Road. Thank you.
You have members of the public online, and Mr. Iverson had his hand up for a while, but he put it down. I think he got tired.
Okay, let's stick with the public for now. Sorry, Dave.
We have Megan Perry up.
Okay.
Megan, you're
Hi, Megan.
unmuted.
Thanks, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. I just wanted to echo the concerns of both Mr. Benchley and Ms. Eldridge, especially with concerns to the public safety in that location. It's of concern to me. And I had a question, maybe I missed it. I thought at the last hearing there was some discussion possibly about a traffic study, and then some more input from the BPAC. And I didn't know if you could hear a little bit more about that and how that played out. So that was kind of my comment and a couple questions that I had. Thank you.
Just so you know, Megan, BPAC has not met since this application came up, but we are meeting next week. So thank you. Next.
Through you, could I just do a follow-up?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Is that a yes or a no?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, hit the button.
Oh,
Go ahead.
So is that something to take into consideration, maybe holding off on this a little bit longer till you're able to hear back from BPAC on this and see what concerns might come or not concerns might come from the input from that board commission? Because I think that would be important to hear from that board commission. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next.
That's it.
Okay.
I just have one more. I forgot to mention that. I know that we, at the last meeting, had talked about there potentially being a traffic study as well as hearing back from the Bike Pedestrian Committee. So I'm wondering where we stand on that. And if a traffic study is warranted, which I believe it is, it really should be in the height of the season when you guys in the traffic study can actually see legitimately what is going on there. Doing it in March, you're not going to get the kind of impact that we see in July, though while talking with Mr. Leader, we did see quite a few Nantucketers in November violating the concerns that I had. With that being said, I did have a conversation with Ms. Williams prior to the previous town meeting, where the property owner said that that's not even where they really wanted the road. So I just don't understand why. And I'd been told that 64 would be basically the common driveway. Back then, that's not what's happening now. And so I just have concerns that if it can be at 64, you know, I want to be a good neighbor. I don't want to fight anything in HTC with what they want to do, but I do at least would love to see the public safety side with 64.
Art, do you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly respect all of the concerns that have been voiced. And I think that they actually help to make our point why this is a safer alternative. If we were to move the driveway to the north, you're now going to have another crossing of the bike path. And instead, what we've done is to segregate this driveway from the bike path essentially in its entirety. So it's not often that you would have a choice to have the driveway not even cross the bike path at all. So by keeping it to the south and then shifting the end of that bike path up just a little bit, I think that it therefore eliminates that crossing of traffic that would happen. Likewise, to the point of then using the existing driveway for shared for all of that traffic. When I say all of that traffic, we're talking about 3 residential lots, that you would have that many more vehicles crossing the bike path in conflict with those pedestrians and bicyclists at that other driveway. So again, I think for both of those reasons, and respectfully to the point, I think that this actually is a preferred alternative because it lessens those crossings. To the point of a traffic study, you know, typically that would be related to, I think perhaps there's some confusion between looking at sight lines versus traffic studies often are volume related. And I don't think that there's typically, or we would expect a volume or capacity carrying issue on Sankaty Road, or as a result of the amount of traffic or vehicle trips generated from essentially a subdivision that's creating one additional lot from what exists. So my sense is that's really, I don't believe that would be warranted. To address the sightline concerns, that's where we have proposed improved vegetation management. I think that the crosswalk is actually improved in the other location. I think that not to be repetitive, but by narrowing up that area, that the bicycles can't just come out. I think all of these things come together to actually result in an improved situation. We did have a discussion with BPAC prior to, again, whether it was, you know, I know it might sometimes say, well, the easiest is just to go back and talk to them again. But again, I think that the board also could make the decision where we've actually removed the bicycle path crossings. I'm not sure, you know, I'm not arguing necessarily against it, but I just think that I don't necessarily see a benefit where this proposal actually, you know, segregates out that bike path from the driveway. So I hope that helps, and again, available to try to address any concerns.
Thank you, Art. Dave? Dave, you there?
Dave, can you unmute?
Yeah, I managed. I'm new at this. Can I ask Art a couple questions for you, Mr. Chair?
Absolutely.
First being, Art, is there any situation that's preventing the shared driveway going on the north side of the property?
I wouldn't say there's something that's preventing it, no.
Okay. And listen, I respect your opinion. I feel that, and I know the last meeting we asked you to have one common access, and you provided that, and I appreciate that. But for me, as I think, because I ride a bike every now and then, that I think that it's about how much information people need to process in a situation. And I think when we add that driveway in and we wedge it between another driveway, and it's also the very end of the bike path, it's adding, it's already a complex situation, and adding that driveway into it creates it a more complex situation. Then if we had it on the north side of the property, then that removes it. Yes, it still crosses the bike path, and that might not be as safe, but it doesn't create such a complex situation as it coming in at the end of the bike path next to another driveway by NERDA stops. It removes it and lets somebody process that next intersection with one thing instead of three things. And so for me, I can't help but feel that it may be safer on the north side. So that's just my opinion. And I'd love to hear what the rest of the board says. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Mike Burns just joined. Mike, do you want to jump in?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to second the points that Art Gasparo had made, noting all the different safety attributes of where it's located and avoiding another crossing. Just like Dave had mentioned, obviously the preferred scenario is to use the driveway at 64 as the common driveway for all parcels. If that can't happen for whatever reason, I think what Art had presented was, after I reviewed it with the DPW director, we thought that this was an acceptable plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mike. Can I just say one thing first? So I feel like there's two site plans in here, and the one we're looking at, if you can bring that back up. So I feel like that driveway's not going to be there, right?
No, it will remain.
Oh, so, but the other plan doesn't have that access. It shows, and then you're showing it direct access. That's why I'm seeing two different plans in the packet.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, please.
So the actual proposal before you is an AR subdivision that would be a new road that is really not intended to actually happen. Okay. So the existing driveway that serves number 64 and the residential dwelling units that are there would remain and continue to serve number 64. The other plan was for recording subdivision lines only. So the driveway discussion sort of came up at the first hearing, so that's why those have been added. But the owner's hope would be to, leave the driveway for 64 and then have a shared driveway for the two new lots,
Okay.
as shown on the south end in magenta.
All right. Do you want?
I was going to ask.
Go ahead.
I don't know if that's, all right, I thought of something. There we go. Sorry. I thought of something a minute ago, but I don't, just but what you just said, I don't think it helps, but I'm just going to throw it at you anyway. If you use the real lot subdivision bylaw, could you make the, access different and more like the other one? I don't know if that will help or not, or is it already kind of like that anyway, the way you've got it set up?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right, that's what I kind of thought. I just wasn't 100% sure. Okay.
Mrs. Eldridge?
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Eldridge. I'm a resident at 56 Sankaty Road, which is the first house on Eldridge Lane. I just want to tell a brief little story about myself. I got my driver's license at 21 years old, which is older than most kids, especially out here. But in my own driveway, which is not connected to the bike path, does not cross over the bike path, it is right next to where it ends. And I will agree, it is wider and it does look kind of driveway-ish. Pulling out of my driveway in the morning at like 6:45 a.m. in the middle of the summer, the first year I had my driver's license, got accosted by a gentleman on a bike who never even stopped at those cute little stop signs that are at the end of bike paths and at crosswalks. Those are for people on the bike path, but I digress. He whipped out, pulled out in front of me. And when my car came to an abrupt stop, he threw himself off the bike and started screaming at me that it's my responsibility to watch out for him, to protect him for not doing the right thing at 6:45 in the morning in my own driveway, in my own car. So I don't understand how moving a crosswalk that has been there forever, 12 feet over, where there are two already existing bus stops that are not moving, away from where the bike path is, because people get confused about where the bike path entry is, and they come down my driveway all the time, and you got to go outside and scurry them the other way. That being said, there is a lot of action in that area, especially, April through now. I can't even tell you, there are so many kids in my neighborhood now than there was when I was growing up. And those kids are gonna get cars and driver's licenses and, be in the same situation that I was in because other people aren't paying attention for themselves. So I don't think building this driveway right where this bike path is the best solution. I think using the north end driveway, which has already been there and is already there, and I know it already crosses over there, but I think instead of adding one, using one that's already existing is a better alternative than adding to the problem. But thank you so much for your time.
Elizabeth. Campbell?
Good evening, Campbell Sutton. I just wanted to point out, because I do think you guys are between a rock and a hard place on this, but it seems to me that you've got the desires of a landowner pitted against public safety. And I think we saw with the Great Harbor Yacht Club when they were looking to do that shared driver, something a little difficult to get to the pickleball courts. I mean, I'd driven by there. That was just going to be a public safety problem. And so I think the way that you aired at that time and are going to have the access through an alternate route, I think I think it would be in the best interest of the public for safety reasons to go with the public safety side of the argument versus the landowner's desire. I'm not trying to say that the landowner doesn't have rights, but I think in such a situation where you have so much going on, and it's not just the cars that are going to go up this new driveway that I at one point thought wasn't going to be there because of rear lot subdivision, but that's a different situation. All those properties are going to require landscapers. We see the size of those landscaping trucks with the trailers behind them, et cetera. So anyway, that's all I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Campbell. Amy, 1 minute.
And you don't want to see me again, I'm sorry. I agree. I like the idea of everything getting kind of cleaned up there, and it should already be happening. But my concern is that I clearly indicate coming to my driveway that I'm turning to Eldridge Lane. But people coming off the bike path and people that are on the bike path, on the main road itself, get kind of freaked out that I might actually be making a left-hand turn into the bike path. Now you've got a driveway right on the edge that is going to trigger more concerns, I think, with people, whether you use your blinker or not. People are going to see cars pulling into that driveway. There's no buffer between where he wants to move this and where the driveway is. It's just going to be a shell driveway and bike path. It's not like there's going to be a split rail fence or what have you. So that's my concern, is that it's going to look like a shared opening.
Agreement.
Mr. Tim, I have a question to Mike Bones.
Yeah. Mike, John Kitchener, to you.
Hi, Mike. The question I have is, if the proposal was put before you the way that the last speaker put it forward, would you be saying that's okay too? Or would you be saying, no, no, wait a minute, that's dangerous?
I'm not sure if I follow with the
Well,
alternative
I'm trying to
location
get
would be.
to, we have two kind of views here. Some people that have lived in this area for a long, long time. And now we have a new development being put in. Is it, if we were to listen to the people that have lived there for an awful long time, is what they're suggesting okay from your point of view, or is there a problem with that, what they're suggesting? Which I guess is to keep it to the north side.
If it's to share the driveway at 64 Sankaty, I think that's probably the safest option. As a alternative, I think what Art Gasparo had presented, having the driveway be south of the crossing and avoid a crossing of the bike path, I think that is probably the safest alternative.
Okay, so Mr. Casparo, I mean, what is the real issue with using the existing driveway as a shared driveway?
I believe that the other front lot that we're gonna have there is gonna have to then, you're gonna have to sort of take a hard turn, cross that lot and come back, and it would be, I think, a bit irregular. It's not the owner's desire. I think he feels that you have two lots and he could have two driveways right now. He's adding a lot, but he's not adding the other driveway. So I think the configuration with the lots as proposed would be less than desirable for him, but I don't think that it's something that could.
So that's not less than desirable, but within his plot, not.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right. Now that that's been brought up again, I'm going to go back to my real question. Would that, if there was a way to share, you'd be able to take that road lot, put it back into the lots? Or am I wrong about that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I'm following, no, because that's providing the 20 foot of frontage either way for the back lot. So I don't know how.
I'm talking about
I suppose I
like
could.
proof plan. That's what I'm talking about. So there's some advantage to trying to do what these people want if you could get that land back into the lots themselves that you're creating.
No, I don't think so. I think it would actually be the opposite. I think trying to do that, you would then encumber that other lot with an easement, driveway easement that would then have to cross it. So I think you have enough land fee simple. I don't think that changes. I think that you would then have to create an easement across the other lot to get to
Right,
what
well,
essentially
definitely
becomes the
have to
rear
do
lot.
that.
I don't think we could, I follow what you're saying.
Trying to find
Yeah,
something positive
I
here.
don't, I appreciate that. I'm
Yeah.
not sure that it works with also providing the
Because-
minimum of 20 foot of frontage for what becomes the rear lots.
So when and I'm kind of speaking to you guys a little bit, Amy, and you guys, I understand what it's like to have existing stuff and all of a sudden something changes. So back to your little stop sign stuff and all that. There is so many spots on the island that have the crossing of a path. That's like North Pasture Road is the best one. I always use that as an example. If you have to stop as a car because you don't know what's coming. And bicycles are not going to stop at stop signs like a car does. They're just not. It's just life. Like it's it. You're not going to change that. But if in the current proposal, having the vehicles come out after the bus stop, end of the path, that's what I'm looking at, right? All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. At least the bicycles have somewhat yielded, at least. My issue, I hit a lady, similar to one of your stories that you had, by just driving. I was just driving. I wasn't doing anything except driving. And the lady drove into the side of my van. Like, I couldn't believe it. And it happened, this was about 6 years ago. Because you're right, they don't even stop where they really have to merge into Sankaty Road, because there's no like gradual merge. It just, you're just in the road or not, you know, in that spot. But to me, that's safer than crossing the bike path with more vehicles. I know, I'm just saying.
What's the difference? They're gonna be crossing the path just however many feet down the road.
No, I'm just.
Because it's like taking part of, I mean, I get it's an easement and it's their property, the bike path's been on for 25 years, but that's no different than what you're saying could happen at 64.
Yeah.
That's what's gonna happen down at 62 too. I mean,
No, I understand that. I'm just saying,
I just think that this actually, the clearing of the vegetation should be a priority whether or not this gets approved or not, end of story.
sightline wise, yeah, absolutely.
Can I just, I'm gonna, Mike?
Go ahead.
Are you available? Mike Burns?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So I feel like the culprit, we're all pointing fingers at the lots, but I feel like the problem is the bike path, the multi-use path.
It is.
And my reason being, and I guess probably the way to look at it is the Monomoy Road and Pulpus Road accesses and how we've changed them, or going to change Pulpus Road, sorry, but Monomoy and how that access changed. And I feel like some way BPAC or you all should study making this more of a right turn. I mean, I know what you're saying. I've watched people, I have a client, up the road, and I just see bikers, and the same thing happens up Surfside Road, where they just keep going. And I feel like that is the culprit. We need to stop the bikers from just going out and then causing the problem. I'm not having as much of a problem with the driveway access, because I feel like once everyone tees off and gets to that and is facing perpendicular to the street, I think that stops the people.
What's gonna delineate that?
That's where I think a redesign of the bike path end. And maybe it's moved up a couple of feet or whatever, but it needs to be like not quite a 90, but you know what I mean?
Right, like push back, like.
Right, because what you're
towards
seeing
them.
is people just literally going and they look over their shoulder and they just keep swerving.
Because
and going.
I see the look of
That's what I
fear
want.
every day in the summer of people thinking that when I'm turning into Eldridge Lane and there's that I'm going into the bike path, and now you're proposing a driveway right there on the edge, and you've got people who,
I actually watched you get yelled at one day as you were turning in, because they they didn't know which
right.
way.
And,
So
and
I've seen
to
it.
be honest with you, I'm pretty friendly with most of the neighbors. And I spoke with a neighbor, he may or may not be the same one that you're speaking of, that said that he would rather ride his bicycle all the way down to the water company and get on the Sconset bike path than to come down here and finagle something 100 feet from his house. Like, the residents don't even want to use it because it's scary.
All right. Mike, back to my original question. Is that something we could look into?
Mr. Chair, I think Art Gasparo had mentioned that that's actually what he's trying to achieve with this design, is create, I don't know if perpendicular is the way to go, but a more of a hard left as you're entering Sconset, a dog leg, rather than being able to just go at an angle and merge into the road. So I think what Art described actually is going to achieve what you wanted, to have more of a right angle elbow into the path and have a perpendicular approach into Sankaty Road. What should be there that isn't now is probably the detectable warning panels and the concrete transition from the path into the roadway. You'll see that at a lot of the newer paths. That's a newer design element. We also provide a yellow center line at the approaches of intersections for about 100 feet. That's, showing that yellow line along with the hard turn to be perpendicular into the approach. That's probably something that can be added. I can discuss this with the DPW director, and I don't know if Art Gasparo's willing to modify the plan to include that kind of an accessible crossing for this as part of this redesign. But you're absolutely right. But I think that's what Art tried to achieve with this.
Yeah, and I just feel the access from, Sankaty running perpendicular, getting into that easement, bike path easement, and then turning where right now it kind of slowly glides over. And I just feel like that's the problem. I feel like it needs to be moved closer to lot 7, you know, in some way, shape, or form, and then really kind of create that elbow, if you will, you know, where near the word sign is and that arrow. I think that would definitely help out a lot of problems that everyone's having on the street, and I think it would also help Art's clients as well. So I think there's some balance, and if there's something that we could, you know, if Art could come back and draw something, that would be great, but go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think we're starting to hit a point maybe of going around, and I actually had thought and looked at that a little bit, and seeing whereas there's been some desire to also have BPAC weigh in on this. What I would like to suggest is that I come up with an alternate design that actually moves the asphalt over. So I was trying not to, it was a town design, it was a town project. I was trying to not actually add more pavement on the other side, but I'm hearing you, and I do think it would be safer. And I can draft up a different design for that. I would present it then first to Mr. Burns, Mr. Patnode, and BPAC, and then maybe come back to you, and we might end up at the same place, and people want to, you know, agree or disagree or ends up, but I think we could make further improvements that would help to, again, I think the interest is, we don't want the on-ramp, the bicycle on-ramp to Pulpus Road, right? We're trying to really stop that, and I think I could improve this design for that.
I think that's what's wagging the dog of this whole conversation.
So I'd be happy to continue once you are ready.
I like that idea. I just, you know, again, it's, I fear for the leaders coming in and out of there, or whoever ends up buying these properties and building homes, that it's just going to end up being a giant nightmare. But I will say that I did speak to Mike Burns back in May, just before town meeting. And he was even mentioned in our phone conversation that when he spoke to the real estate agent, that, you know, it looked like 64 would be the best option for a common driveway. And I feel like it might be a little less work, but I understand the situation with the property.
Well, let's see what he comes back with.
Yeah.
And you gotta have another month.
And I'd like to be part of these conversations. I hear about all these things, like we talked to the DPW, we talked to this person, but nobody from either of these organizations have reached out to us saying, hey, we're gonna meet out Thursday at 4. Can the neighbors be out here so we can?
Well, you and Art can share correspondence information.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I will provide you the same copy of the plan that I provide to them, and I'm available.
Right, but if they're gonna go out and do a site visit, like, you know, the real estate agent and Mike Burns went out and did a site visit sometime in January of this year before town meeting, so they could kind of get their warrant article in place. And then he's been out with the DPW, and, you know, it'd be nice, and he's had my phone number to call and say, hey, the guy from the DPW is gonna be out here, let's, you know, can you meet?
Yeah.
Because we'll make the time to be there. I mean, we have to live here. These lots are probably gonna change hands multiple times, but the Eldridges are gonna be there till the end of time.
We get it, but I think you can have a
Right.
meeting, bringing everything up to speed, you'll be aware of inform the Benchleys. I think Art is doing the right thing. And
Right,
so-
and Art's been great. I wanna say that. I
Right.
mean, I've had a conversation with him today. He's been great. He's very understanding. It's, you know, it's all been cordial and friendly. I just wanna make sure that what we're doing today, we're considering the future as well, because, you know, things change. People don't own stuff forever. And, you know, I just feel like we just want to look at what this area is going to look like 20 years down the road, 30 years down the road, when none of us might be here, but our children and grandchildren are going to have to deal with stuff. And to me, it's not a matter of if something's going to happen, it's a matter of when. And Nat's already experienced a horrible situation in that area, and the person is lucky to be alive. I mean, they could have died. So we just need to be very vigilant, because there are, you know, lots of people with young children learning how to ride bikes in that area that are, you know, wobbly and.
We hear you,
you know.
and that's why we have the open meeting, so thank you.
And this is important. All right, we got plenty of right of way here.
The easement's wide,
show.
the easement is wide enough
Okay.
to accommodate what I propose
Yeah.
without any kind of.
I couldn't really tell exactly, but yes, I see it. The easement is technically in the layout.
All right, so do you find motion to continue?
Yes, please.
All right, can I get a motion, please?
Yeah, motion to continue.
Second.
Okay, roll call. Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Barry? Dave?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you, Art. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Rob. This one.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
moving on.
Oh,
21 Pilgrim Road, trustee Stephen L. Cohen over 21 Pilgrim Road.
I don't see Dan Malloy online.
Okay, so we want to hold that and go to John P. Murray, 73 and 75 Fairgrounds Road.
yeah.
That's Dan as well.
Oh, okay,
No.
that's right. All right, so what's next? Who is it? This here? Anyone? Good. She's Valero.
Ken O'Colo is probably next.
Okay, so let's do that. Okay. We're gonna go to T. Scott Jube at 10 Oak Hollow Road. And there's an A&R attached to that as well. Okay, Megan?
Let me pull this one up. Who was the rep on this one?
This was Mike Connolly, who I don't see on here either.
That's fine. Would you pull up the plan?
Yep.
This one's easy enough for me to run through. The other had a bit more moving parts and. So this is a request for a secondary residential lot. The covenant lot or secondary lot is shown as lot 61. They are requesting for a waiver to have independent driveway access, but other than that, it's just a straightforward secondary lot application.
Okay. Pleasure of the board. Any comments? Thoughts? Okay. Anyone from the public?
No hands are raised.
Okay. Motion to close the public comment?
Second.
Okay. Roll call. Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Barry? Dave?
Aye.
Okay. Chair votes aye. Okay. Pleasure of the board.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor? Roll call. Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Barry? Dave?
Aye.
Chair is aye. Okay, going to the A&R.
Motion to endorse.
Second.
Okay, roll call. Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Barry? Dave?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay,
Nice to see a covenant.
yeah. So Town of Nantucket, Sherman Commons. Welcome.
Thanks, sir.
Oh, here we go.
Good evening. My name is John McMeeking. I'm a landscape architect with SMRT Architects and Engineers. Just like to thank the board for the opportunity to present this project this evening. Joining us on the call via Zoom, Mr. Craig Piper, Senior Principal and Architect with SMRT, Mr. Dick Webb, Senior Project Manager with SMRT, Mr. Jeff Maxtusis, Traffic Engineer from the Beta Group. Also, just want to give a quick thank you to all the town staff and the Planning and Land Use Office, the HDC Office, and the Town Manager's Office for all their assistance in helping to move forward this important project for the town. We did present some designs earlier this year for the new relocated Our Island home, and so we're very excited to be back here to present a more official design to you all. So I'll touch on some existing conditions, proposed development, some approval and waiver requests, and then we'll talk about traffic impact analysis. The existing Sherburne Commons site, I know you're all familiar with that. That's a town-owned piece of land, 20 acres in size. It's bordered by land bank property to the north, South Shore Road to the east, South Pasture Lane to the south, and Maya Comet Road to the west. Again, this parcel of land is approximately 20 acres in size. That's home to the Sherburne Commons Congregate Building, a number of independent cottages, as well as 2 staff housing duplex units. There's an old but fully functional sanitary force main easement that bisects the site on the eastern side of the property. Sherburne Commons Lane traverses the site on an east-west axis. This is a 20-foot wide paved asphalt road until it reaches the westernmost limit of the Sherburne Commons development, at which point it transitions to a 10 to 12-foot wide gravel drive gated on both ends for emergency access. This property is zoned ALC, Assisted Living Community.
I just wanted to say, I'm trying to load this. It's a humongous document, and I can't get it to load.
Battery's gonna stack.
I have the O drive, so I'm gonna try and get it.
It worked really well in my office, but I'm having a problem here. Okay, sorry, John.
You all
Sorry.
know the site.
Get close.
You guys know the site.
Yes.
The site is zoned ALC, which is Assisted Living Community. It has 75-foot street line vegetative buffers, and it has 50-foot lot line vegetative buffers. The site also does contain pockets of priority habitat, primarily on the western side of the site, and a little sliver on the northernmost section. So I'm going to wait for you guys for this to load up, and then I'll jump into the proposed development.
How many of us are having trouble?
I beat everyone
It's
to
taking a
it.
while to download.
$5
Yeah.
in the hat, whoever gets it first.
Mine's up now.
Mine's still coming down.
So as you can see on your screen, there is the property. So that's in blue is the 20-acre Sherburne Commons town-owned property. Land bank to the north again, South Shore off to the right, South Pasture below, and then Maya Comet off to the west. So as you all know, the existing R Island home located downtown. It's an aging building, to say the least, and the town is proposing to construct a new facility here on this campus. Construction of the new island home will consist of a development of approximately 4 acres on the east end of the site between South Shore Road, Sherburne Commons Lane, and the sanitary force main easement, which I will note is proposed to remain intact and existing throughout construction. The new Sherburne Commons, the new island home property building is proposed to be a single-story structure, totaling approximately 47,000 square feet. We'll have a partial basement, and will match the existing program at the R Island Home downtown facility, providing 45 resident bedrooms. And here you go, you can see on the plan here, sort of that H-shaped building, that would be the new island home facility, with the sanitary force main easement kind of tucked in next to it, and sort of sandwiched in between Sherburne Commons Lane and those vegetative buffers. From a planning standpoint, this site was chosen for development really to kind of really provide residents the opportunity for a continuing of care programmatically. So going from independent living to congregate care living, and then transitioning into skilled nursing living, all on one campus. The construction of the new island home building will also accommodate Sherburne Commons staff housing. This will have to be relocated. The 2 duplex units that are there currently will need to be relocated to allow for the new island home to be located here. The new staff housing building will be located west of the island home building. This will, again, offset the 2 duplexes that will need to be relocated. To accommodate vehicular circulation and parking needs, the project proposes the construction of a 53-space parking area for staff and visitors. Next, we'll have a centrally located covered drop-off area. In addition, to provide space for the new staff housing, we're proposing a 12-space parking area for that structure. In consultation with the fire department and police departments, The project is proposing a new curb cut off of South Shore Road for an emergency fire access pull-off only. This will only come into the site approximately 25 feet and will be a 16-foot wide paved asphalt pull-off zone. This will be gated and will strictly only be used for emergency and fire access. And then finally, as far as circulation is concerned, the project is proposing to upgrade the existing 10 to 12-foot wide gravel road that runs out to Maya Comet and replace this with a gated 16-foot wide asphalt drive with 2-foot wide gravel shoulders on each side. The project proposes a number of pedestrian walkways around the perimeter of the facility. This will provide island residents of Island Home the opportunity for passive activity to maintain their fitness and wellness. One of the beautiful things about this H-shaped concept of the building is this ability to have 2 interior secure courtyards, providing island residents and staff the ability for outdoor activity, space for walking, gathering, relaxation, and those sorts of things. A series of outdoor patios are proposed to be constructed around the east, the south, and the west sides of this new facility, providing opportunities for outdoor dining, parties, holiday gatherings, and things of that nature as well. This site will be fully planted with native trees and shrubs to fit into that existing aesthetic of this campus. And I want to make particular note of proposed dense planting of evergreen trees on the western part of the development area between that new staff housing building and existing cottages number 5 and 6 in order to provide a visual screen from those cottages towards this new development. So some of the things that we are requesting the board to consider this evening as far as approvals and waivers. First is actually taking the existing island home and moving it to this facility. Our island home and Sherburne Commons are both standalone zoning districts, the ALC district and the OIH district. And this project proposes to combine the 2 of those on this 120-acre campus. So it's a little bit unique in that perspective. We're also requesting approval for that emergency pull-off from South Shore Road, so a new curb cut, gated curb cut from South Shore Road, which on this plan that you're looking at would be the very top right corner. You can kind of see it up there. If you scroll down just a little bit, William, yeah, you can see there that South Shore Road, and then that will be the emergency pull-off there that will provide the fire department access to the southernmost portion of the building. This is an incredibly tight site. I know I'm saying it's 4 acres, but a building of this size, it's very tight, and providing a vehicular access loop around the entire building was very difficult and really not attainable. So this emergency pull-off was a solution recommended by our team and approved by the fire department. We are requesting approval for 1 relocated curb cut. There's an existing curb cut right now off of Sherburne Commons Lane that provides access to those 2 staff housing duplex units. Yeah. So we're proposing to just relocate that down to provide access for this new staff housing building there, that smaller rectangle at the bottom sort of left portion of this site plan. So a new curb cut there to provide parking for that building, as well as a new curb cut to provide access to this 53 space parking and drop-off area. I touched on earlier the vegetative buffers, 50-foot lot line buffers and 75-foot street line buffers. We are requesting that 75-foot street line buffer be reduced down to 50 feet to provide us a little bit more space to get this building constructed. And also, we are proposing to actually revegetate that area. There will be some clearing that will be required, obviously, to get this building in place. So we're proposing to replant and revegetate that buffer, and also provide pedestrian walkways again around this entire facility to make sure that the island residents have the ability to exercise. and a waiver, just a temporary solution here in order to do some work during construction on the 50-foot vegetated lot line buffers. So on the north end, we're not actually going to be doing much work, or if not any work, within that 50-foot buffer. It's really just to provide that little pull-off spur there that is to allow service and delivery vehicles to pull in and then reverse back into that service yard, as well as locating an emergency standby generator. Again, that will be outside of the 50-foot vegetated buffer. And then on the south side, the 50-foot lot line buffer, we're just requesting to install a pedestrian walkway loop through that area. So that is the proposed development on the site. Again, it's approximately 4 acres of development, 47,000 square foot facility, 53 parking spaces, a new staff housing building, a 12-space parking lot for that building, and then pedestrian walkways, outdoor dining, and courtyards for the island residents. And at this point, I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Jeff Maxtusis, traffic engineer from the Beta Group, who should be joining us online. Jeff did a comprehensive traffic impact analysis of this site to see what impacts, if any, would be involved as part of this project. So, thanks, Jeff.
Thank you for that great presentation.
Yeah, good evening, Jeff Maxtutis. Can I share my screen? Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Okay, let me know when you can see that.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, good evening, Jeff Maxtutis from the Beta Group, offices in Norwood, Massachusetts. So we performed a traffic impact and access study for the project. So I have a few slides to summarize what we had done in the report that we had submitted for the project. So the study area, we discussed this, with Mike Burns from the town, with the most appropriate intersections and roadways to look at. South Shore Road, Sherburne Commons Lane, is first one. Next was South Shore Road, Fairgrounds Road, and Surfside Road. Surfside Drive, Bryant Comet, and then really the main project driveway. There's 2 other minor drives, but really the main driveway on Sherburne Commons. So that is the study area that we evaluated for this project. So we collected new data. We collected roadway traffic recorders, volumes, and intersection turning movement counts. We did that this summer in July. So the roadway counts were done between Tuesday, July 16th, and Thursday, July 18th. And we did that at where the existing our island home site is on East Creek Road. We did that to identify trip generation, vehicle trip generation for the site. And the other, I'll talk about that in a minute. And the other was my Comet Road north of Sherburne Commons. And then we collected intersection turning movement counts at the intersections I just showed on Tuesday, July 16th, between 7 and 9 a.m. and 4 and 6 p.m. And we collected vehicle volumes, vehicle classification, including bicycles, pedestrians, and scooters. So we collected AM and PM. I'm just going to show the AM here, but you can see the turning movements at the intersections, the main intersections. In addition to that, we're showing the bicycles and pedestrian activity at those intersections. So you can see they're higher at my Comet and the Fairgrounds Surfside Road intersections, between 50 and 85 or so, and then much lower down at South Shore and Sherburne Commons. And the PM volumes are pretty similar to this. We also looked at crash data from the Mass DOT crash portal for the last 5 years. So South Shore Road, Fairgrounds, and Surfside has 12 crashes in the last 5 years, 4 injuries reported. Surfside Road, Surfside Drive, in my comment, has 10 crashes with 2 injuries. It's also identified as a crash cluster in the Mass DOT Highway Safety Improvement Program. So that means it's eligible for certain improvements. And it's also been identified as a high crash location as part of the ongoing town Safe Streets for All Safety Action Plan work right now. And there was 2 crashes identified, no injuries at South Shore Road and Sherburne Commons intersection. So in addition to existing conditions, we look at a future condition. This is standard practice for 7 years out. It's pretty common to assume a 1% growth of traffic volumes over 7 years, fairly conservative. But on top of that, we add any projects that are planned or have the potential to be developed in that period. And for this, we assumed Surfside Crossing development with 60 single-family homes and 96 condos. So we use the traffic that was estimated for that project. And you can see on the table on the bottom, there's 93 peak hour trips and 120 peak hour trips. So that was assigned to the traffic network for the AM and PM peak hours. And that essentially creates the no build future traffic in 2031 without the proposed project traffic. So the last step is identifying, well, what's the trip generation for the proposed project? So as I mentioned, we did the counts for the existing 45 beds, and it's a 1-for-1 transfer of 45 beds. So we have excellent knowledge and empirical data of what the site will generate. So the site will generate 23 vehicle trips in the AM peak hour, 26 vehicle trips in the PM peak hour. So in pretty low volumes, less than 1 vehicle every 2 minutes, and then a daily volume of about 125 vehicles entering and exiting the site. So we put those volumes together. This is the 2031 AM build traffic volumes. That includes the background traffic I talked about and the project traffic. So this is at the intersection of South Shore Road and Sherburne Commons. You can see the volumes there. They're kind of low to moderate. They're not heavy traffic volumes at the site. This is the PM peak hour. Sort of similar, low to moderate traffic volumes on the site. So we're not expecting a lot of impact or delay at those intersections. That intersection. So we perform level service analysis, which is a capacity analysis at intersections. We look at delay, queuing. Level service is a grading of the intersections, like a report card. A is very little delay. The highest score. Level service is an E and F, are more towards capacity, more towards deficient. So in the morning peak hour on the top, there you can see South Shore Road and Sherburne Commons operates very well as expected. Level service A and B. Sherburne Commons in the site driveways or the main driveway level service A, no problems there. So the table, and I'm not going to get into all the details here, but we're showing existing conditions on the left, no build in the middle, and 2031 build on the right. The first intersection, South Shore Road, is Surfside Drive and Fairgrounds Road. So I want to point out that intersection, you can see up intersections kind of C and B's on the left in existing condition. But the no build, we introduce E and F, and this is due to the background traffic that I talked about that's assigned to the traffic. And then the build, it continues and exacerbates a little bit from the project traffic, but the increases are pretty minor because we're not adding that many vehicle trips. But if it's done in this order, then yeah, you can see there's some issues at that intersection, as well as Maya Comet and Surfside. Well, Maya Comet and Surfside have some issues today. Level service E gets increased by no build traffic to level service F, and then the project traffic adds a little bit more delay to that intersection. PM peak hour, kind of the same story. the two intersections, South Shore Road, Sherburne Commons, level service A and B, and Sherburne Commons site driveway, again, level service A. Kind of same story here, a couple more approaches experience level service E or F. Again, this is due to the background traffic, and then the project traffic increases delay. You can see here it's a few seconds, 3 seconds, maybe 11 seconds, 4 seconds, that kind of thing. So we wouldn't expect a huge increase in delay, and we're not seeing that in the evaluation. Then on my comment again, the stop sign approaches are E and F. Gets exacerbated by no bill traffic, quite a bit in some cases, and then the project traffic adds a little bit more delay to what's already at or over capacity at those intersections. So what's that mean in terms of suggested improvements? So pedestrian crosswalks, anything that's proposed or connects to a sidewalk should be ADA compliant, which they will be for the project. The site distance, we want to make sure the new driveways on Sherburne Commons Lane, that those project driveways aren't obstructed. There's clear site distance on the roadway. The Nantucket Fire Department, they've already looked at the project. That's a standard comment. As far as bicycle parking, if the bicycle parking is provided on site, there should be some spaces that can be weatherproof for employees. Wayfind signage should be provided to direct, employees, visitors to parking as well as deliveries. And then at my comment on Surfside, I mentioned that the intersection was identified as a crash cluster MassDOT. So that allows you to conduct a road safety audit at that intersection. And that's conducted to evaluate primarily safety improvements, both short-term and long-term at the intersection. And we also identified, could consider as a safety, kind of interim safety measure, could consider an all-way stop at that intersection, would have to be looked at a little further. And then at the intersection of South Shore, Fairgrounds, and Surfside, this has been identified by the town for a long time as a potential improvement for a roundabout. And, roundabout analysis done for that shows the roundabout would actually work quite well, traffic operations wise and be safer. So, so that's a quick summary of our findings, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
You're welcome.
And just in conclusion, again, just want to thank all of you for your time this evening. And again, thank you to all the town staff, departments, been instrumental in helping us get to this point. It takes a village, a project of this scale, one that's been kind of ongoing in deliberation for many, many years. So again, thanks, and open to any questions or comments that you might have.
Thank you, John. Commissioners, any comments from the public? What's that? I just want to see if there's any commissioners that have comments first. Dave, you're all set? Go ahead. All right, open public comment.
First off, my name is on the brass plaque inside Sherburne Commons as a member of the board that built it.
Who are you?
Linda Williams, for the record.
Well, for the minute taker.
Just who am I?
For the minute taker.
I have no idea. I've been going to meetings since noon.
Okay, minute taker. Hi, Linda.
Hey, so I was one of the movers and shakers. They had the meetings for the neighborhood in my house. I was on the board. I was instrumental in the design, et cetera, et cetera. We fought for those no disturb buffers. There have been various little incursions into them. They even floated to me at one point, because we're on South Pasture Lane, which is the southern part, the southern closest to butter to this whole thing. There's a 1-foot spite strip they couldn't cut into our road, so we said no. We fought for those setbacks of no disturb buffers. And we fought for the 75 feet on South Shore Road because it's all residential. We can ignore Augie's thing at the moment. And we have the buffer zone on the South Pasture Lane side. I was concerned to see that they want to cut into that for a walkway. That should never be touched. The 50-foot should be sacrosanct on South Pasture Lane, because we're the ones that are going to take the biggest brunt of this structure. When I was on the board, I fought to have a future island home come out there so we'd had all the levels of care in one place. So I'm absolutely 100% in favor of having the island home move there. But you need to know that the HDC has not approved this design yet, and there was some pushback, but Steve probably can talk to that. But they haven't gotten through that whole design process with them. I'm also concerned about the emergency access. Since they couldn't come onto South Pasture Lane, the emergency access is very close to the entrance to South Pasture Lane, which means they are again going to be cutting into the 50-foot no disturb buffer on our side and for those guys that are on the corner, a little bit closer to the intersection of South Shore Road and South Pasture Lane. So I'm a little concerned about this waivers of these setbacks, these no disturb buffers, which the whole neighborhood was in unanimous agreement, and they agreed to that at the time they built it. I had to suffer through 2 o'clock in the morning construction over there the whole time because they got a waiver from the town to construct after 8 or 10 o'clock at night. That was a nightmare for months, but we put up with it because the lights were actually shining right in my house. The problem is that when they start asking for waivers, we're going to need waivers because they also have the problems that they have the sewer bed easement, which is what's compressing the distance between South Shore Road and the backside of the new island home. So they can't come across the sewer bed's easement because there are actually force mains coming through there. So the only place to put this is where they want to put it. It's a question to us about don't get rid of those, don't waive those sacrosanct 50-foot and 75-foot areas. We really wanted those. And most everybody's probably okay with the island home coming there, but not if you start intruding into those buffer zones that we fought so hard for. And I certainly don't want a walking path within 20 feet of South Pasture Lane, because again, that cuts into the no disturb buffer, and the emergency access appears to be closer than 50 feet to South Pasture Lane. So I'm having an issue with that, but I'm all in favor of having the island home there. But there's an awful lot of hurdles that they have to jump through, but the biggest issue is those sacrosanct areas.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Linda. Emily?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden for the Land and Water Council. Just a couple of initial questions to follow up. Also, I would echo some of the concerns about the waivers into the vegetated buffers. And I did have a question. The areas where there's proposed to be some construction taking place in those buffers and then to have them revegetated, I was wondering if the proposal would be to revegetate with native vegetation that's pre-existing there, so that habitat is essentially restored versus bringing in something new, or different rather. And then also, I presume that this will have a review from Ed Pesci for stormwater. And I think particularly one area of interest or concern would be the improvement to the egress back onto Comet Road, if I understood that correctly, to asphalt, just because of the proximity of that to Comet Pond and how the stormwater for that change is addressed is something I'll be interested in seeing in Mr. Pesci's review of that part of the project also. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Anyone else? John, you want to address the plant list?
Can I just real quick,
Yeah.
if you don't mind, respond to a part of Emily's question? So it's my understanding that Mr. Pesci won't be doing a review for this project because he's the town's consulting engineer. And because this is a town-sponsored project, it would be duplicative efforts. Okay.
Do we have is there another consultant that could be hired, or what, is that possible?
I mean, we could, but the thing is, it's a town-sponsored project and Ed is hired to.
No.
Yeah,
I get that.
So
I
you
just didn't know-
certainly could.
Yeah,
You certainly could request
I definitely think
that.
we should have an independent
Mhm.
review, please.
And whether it's Ed, who's familiar with working with the board, or whoever.
Okay,
You could request that, in theory.
John, could you
Yeah,
just the
sure.
plant?
Just touching on the vegetation and the revegetation of that 75-foot buffer. Yes, everything would be native to the Commonwealth, and to the island. In particular, there's a lot of pitch pine out there, so we would be really proposing a lot of pitch pine and similar species that exist at the current time. Regarding treatment, all impervious surfaces will be treated. We are proposing underground galley systems, similar to what we use all the time here out on the island. So all asphalt will be treated as part of this design process. And the access road, or the emergency access out to Maya Comet, again, right now it's 12 feet, 10 to 12 feet of gravel. In conjunction and in collaboration, talking with the fire department, it was requested that that be upgraded to a 16-foot wide asphalt drive. So we're talking about 8,000 square feet of total delta change. This is pretty insignificant. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone online or any? No? Does have any comments, thoughts?
And just one more thing, we are going to be submitting to the HDC next month, so we'll be undertaking that process very soon. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, Campbell.
Hi, good evening, Campbell Sutton again. So in listening to all of this, I sort of saw the walking path and thought, oh, that's great. People will be able to get out, into nature in their wheelchairs or whatever. I don't think it's being proposed as a public walking path, is it? I think it's to be integrated with the uses of our island home. How far it goes into the vegetative buffer, not either way. It just seemed to me to have a really nice ability for people when they are older to get out on their walker or get out with someone else to get about during good weather. So just wanted to give a little plug for the walkway.
Thank you, Campbell.
Mr. Chair, Craig Piper has his hand raised.
Okay. Good evening, Craig.
Yes, thank you. Yes, this is Craig Piper, the architect leading the design team. Just one clarification on the walkways as well. Because it is a long-term skilled nursing facility, egress from the building is significant. And so some of the walkways are required egress paths to public ways. So there are both therapeutic, but they're also required. So just wanted to add that regarding the walks.
So it's just for campus use, basically.
So correct. However, they aren't, there are areas that we are securing via fencing and hedges, but there are some that are generally tied to the campus circulation path. So for example, a loved one could take a resident for a walk on those sidewalks anywhere. So they are open, theoretically, they are open to the public.
Right, yeah, but mainly it's all on campus is my.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Craig. Commissioners, anyone weigh in?
Sounds like it's time for a motion to continue. Yeah.
I was about to say. Okay. I don't want to make that motion.
Yeah, motion to continue.
Okay, there you go. All in favor by roll call. Nat.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Barry. Aye. Dave.
Aye.
Before you continue, can I have very clear guidance on what you're, as a group, are requesting to do about the engineering review?
Oh.
Because you're gonna have to vote on that.
I mean,
Or,
I think we might,
Okay.
who have we gotten in the last, I'm trying to think of, like, Horsley and Witten, people that have been here
Ed is
before.
fine.
Like, I don't know.
No,
Like,
Ed would be perfectly fine. He
I
just
don't know what we've done.
wasn't-
It's been a long time, so I don't remember any of this, recently.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
So as
So-
a peer consultant, Ed would be perfectly fine, in my opinion. And again, the only reason why it wasn't sent to him is because he is charged with, reviewing things from private applicants, and this is a town project. So that's why there was no peer review on this project. So if you feel it's important then a second set of eyes are on that. We're gonna have to figure out where are we funding that, who's funding it,
Yeah, that's right, that's what's going on.
and, you know, whether it's going to be, you know. moved out.
Maybe we'll just postpone it.
Okay,
I mean, the
It's-
SMRTs, they've been
Perfect.
here a while.
Yes.
I trust them.
and let
guys.
me be clear, it's
you know.
perfectly fine to not do that as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. In this case, I think there's a lot of review going on, regardless of what. You know, this is in the best interest of every human being here and future, so I don't think, I'm not concerned about it.
Sorry to interrupt the
No,
process
that's
of the
good.
motion.
It's
I
okay,
just
Megan.
wanted to be
Just wants to
clear.
decide to live.
Yeah. Sorry. Joe, where were we at?
I think it was,
Oh, roll call.
yeah, so Dave,
I just want to echo that stuff, just so that you have a sense of where it's going to as well.
Dave,
Aye.
chair's aye. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
And John, thank you for everything you've done over here. Appreciate it.
Yes. And Craig and Jeff, thank you.
Thank you.
6 Marble Way. LLC, 8 and 10 Marble Way. Any sign of Jamila yet?
I'm texting him.
No, he was on ZBA earlier, but he left.
I suspect the Thursday meeting is probably throwing people off.
I'm sure it is as well.
Are we having an internet issue like now?
I don't know.
10 Marble Way is Sorry,
We had a server issue a couple weeks ago. We contacted Mike and he fixed it pretty quick, but we're kind of later in the meetings.
Megan has access to the O drive over there.
Perfect. That's great. Okay, Mr. Bodett, good evening, how are you, sir?
Good, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Rick Bodett for the applicant. The property before you is 8 and 10 Marble Way. It's in the CTEC zoning district. And you might remember that you just approved a 6-lot A&R on this at your public meeting a few hours ago. I was going to say a few minutes, but it's been a lot longer than that. This property and the property adjacent to it is currently used as the office for Atlantic Landscaping as well as their maintenance division. They are currently in the process of moving the entire maintenance division to property behind the airport that they've leased. But they will keep, just so everyone is clear, they will keep their office, which is on 6 Marble Way, near this property next door. This, as it relates to the 6-lot A&R you just approved, this is the middle lot, Lot 4, and that is the site plan you see before you on the screen. What we're proposing here is to construct 3 apartments on this property, 2 within a duplex, 2 4-bedroom units, and a 3rd apartment above a garage, a commercial garage that we hope to lease to a contractor, carpenter, something like that. Pursuant to the definition of apartment in the bylaw, in the CTEC zoning district, you're allowed 1 apartment per 4,000 square feet of lot area. This lot, as you can see, has 10,000 square feet of lot area. So we would need 12,000 square feet of lot area to have 3 apartments as a matter of right. However, in that same definition, planning board is allowed to grant a special permit to have 1 additional apartment. And that's what we're here asking you for, is a special permit to have that 3rd apartment. This and the other lots that you've approved are going to be eventually, as we develop them, employee housing for my client's employees. We did submit this plan, which you'll see shows 11 parking spaces. We are required to provide 11 parking spaces. 2 of those parking spaces, you'll notice, are in the garage. But given that the garage will at times be used, say, for a carpentry shop or a contractor, we did request a waiver in case the board thought that was necessary. The parking calculation is based on the number of bedrooms. There are 10 proposed bedrooms on this lot, requiring 10 spaces and 1 for the commercial use in the garage. I will just remind the board that if this were just a duplex and a garage apartment, for instance, a duplex is only required to have 4 parking spaces irrespective of how many bedrooms are in that duplex in this zoning district. So if the board thinks we do need a waiver, we do think that's warranted, given that, you know, it's just a duplex and a third dwelling, really. And we would only require 7 parking spaces in that event. So, but because we are calling these 3 apartments, which allows us to have 3 on the lot, that's why we need 11 parking spaces. So I do have another plan. If you want to look at it, you can let me know. That shows a parking space out of the garage and in front of that garage. We assumed the board and the neighbors in particular would want parking to be behind that front unit. So that's why we designed it this way. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. We hope you'll approve the special permit. It will provide some much needed housing for my client.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Board, any comments? From the public, anyone online? Anyone? There we go. Hi, Emily.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Emily Molden, just one question. If the bonus apartment or if these in general would be actually restricted to be employee housing, or if there's any element of restricting them in their purpose? Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're gonna have an issue with that. I guess I would, my only concern is whether my client would sell it in the future. So I guess it could be, you know, I guess the bonus unit could be employee housing, or, you know, if there's another way to word it, as long as it's not my client's employee. You know, like you used to do with the 4-unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, year-round housing, yeah, that's
Right.
fine, yeah, of course, yeah.
We got the Seasonal Community Act, dude. Gotta get with the program.
Yes, that's
Mr. Chairman, through you.
Yes.
Meg, I don't recall, is workforce actually defined in the workforce housing?
So I think what we call workforce housing is very different from what the rest of the world considers to be
Yeah.
workforce housing. So what condition we've used in the past for the similar situation is, you know, employee year-round or peak seasonal housing.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the language you used to use for the 4 units on a lot.
That all came out before,
Okay.
you know.
Hi, Campbell.
Hi, everyone. Thought maybe you wouldn't recognize me if I came the other side of the room. Anyway,
The glasses
Campbell,
threw me off.
there you go. Campbell Sutton here. I just have a few questions about this. I'm a little concerned. I know everyone's promoting housing and the like. And so when I read this and I look at the other lots that are potentially involved, as he said here, under CTEC, at least in the 2023 zoning map, and there may have been a change, employee dorms are not allowed, and workforce rental community, which sort of sounds like workforce housing, is not allowed in CTEC. And I'm a little concerned that a 4-bedroom apartment, 2 4-bedroom apartments sounds a lot like a potential dorm. In that, let's say, you know, there's nothing saying that each room is only going to have 1 person. Potentially, each room would have 2. You have 10 bedrooms, so you have potential from anywhere from 20 to 40 people. I know that sounds like I'm exaggerating, but there are bedrooms that are getting 2 sets of bunk beds in them with individuals who each rent, you know, a bed in that room. And so I'm a little concerned about the overall build out on this. And if you were to take it and multiply it times 4, I think it's a lot for the property to take. And I'm sort of wondering whether the sewer commission or the sewer department has taken a look at this. I had thought at one time, for quite some time, I thought we were only allowed 8 bedrooms on a lot, and that somehow that was a restricting element. So I'm looking forward to the explanation on how that's changed. And the other concern that I have is that as we've created CTEC, it was because it was needed for these, just the type of use this was, a landscaping company or a building contractor or, a boat storage or the like. And if this becomes sort of precedent setting for CTEC, I think that puts a lot of pressure on CTEC where you have housing in competition with essentially the commercial needs. I mean, the E is entrepreneurial, not employment housing in a CTEC. So I guess I'm a little concerned about that, and I look forward to people enlightening me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
If I may.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, if I can try to enlighten. A couple things. Number one, let's keep in mind that if we're allowed a duplex as a matter of right, and there's no limit on the number of bedrooms we're allowed to have in those duplexes. So, we could have 20 bedrooms, provide 4 parking spaces for a 20-bedroom duplex, and we wouldn't even have to be here. We could do that 6 times over. So, so that's the first thing. There is no limit on the number of bedrooms in this area. It's not a tertiary dwelling. And I just want to remind the board, some of you were not around. I think Campbell probably was at the time. But when my client first bought 6 Marble Way and 8 Marble Way, we were before you for an MCD to have his entire landscape contractor shop
That's
here.
why it's all I'm thinking about right now.
The comments we heard from the neighbor, the reaction was swift and strong. And the comments we heard from the neighbors were, we had no idea it was commercial. We had no idea it was changed to CTEC. By the way, it used to be RC, used to be RC2. We're a neighborhood. This should not be commercial. This should be residences. So, frankly, there's a need for this, obviously. I think nobody disputes that. And as far as we're concerned, we're doing exactly what the neighborhood wants, we think, or at least what they've told us in the past they want. And there still will be commercial uses on some of these sites, for sure. I mean, that's the purpose of the contractor shop we're putting in the garage. And like I said, Atlantic Landscaping's home base will be at 6 Marble Way still. So, the neighbors hated the trailers, the trucks coming down Marble Way. And so my assumption is they're going to be happier with this than what's there now. So.
Thank you. Pleasure of the board. Thoughts, comments?
Dave's on.
Oh. Dave, I guess I'll let you go now.
So kind of you, sir. With all due respect to Rick, the problem was storage of materials on those lots and how it stunk up the neighborhood more than anything else. My concern is, and I'm pro housing, but I'm also pro parking. And I just fear with this many bedrooms and this limited parking that there's going to be people parking out on the street. They have to park somewhere. And I just don't see how you're going to have that many bedrooms and that few cars. So I don't know what the answer is, but I think that the neighbors weren't happy with the amount of traffic and trucks and the storage of landscape materials on a neighboring lot that this applicant did. I have a hard time believing that they're going to be happy with cars parked out on the road. So I just fear that with this amount of waivers and this amount of bedrooms that we're asking for trouble. And it's not that I don't appreciate the effort to build housing and the need for it. I just am really concerned about the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair,
Stephen.
I think at some point we want to look at improvements and future. There's going to be a lot of, there is going to be parking. There's going to be a lot of vehicles with that number of people. It's not in an area where they're going to be able to walk. I mean, that's just the fact. There isn't an NRT shuttle right there, at least not as frequently as would be required for this amount of people. And there's going to be a lot, so that's to say there will be higher vehicle load. There's definitely some room for improvements on Marble Way, and I would just suggest we want to be looking at that at some point. I'm not saying they need to redo the road, but there needs to be at least a minimum of contribution and maybe some thoughts on how to tie in a bike path or something. Thank you. Oh, and I agree with Dave. I think it's going to be a lot.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
Sorry, just for a second. As you guys were talking, I forgot my other point, which is the traffic load that this ×4 is going to put on Bartlett Road, which most of these people will be going to work in the morning when school is going to session. It's already a half a mile to 3/4 of a mile backed up on Bartlett Road just with the traffic that we currently have. And that's with people going down Essex and taking any other way they can go. And same with coming back. So I just think we also need to think about that larger traffic footprint in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Campbell. Hold on. Rick, go ahead.
So, I don't really disagree with Dave either in the sense that I don't think the neighbors would appreciate parking on the street, and we're not proposing to park anything on the street. And, we asked for a waiver out of an abundance of caution, but I think we have the site plan that provides the parking, so required by the bylaw. So, to Stephen's point as well, and I think Cam's too, we will eventually, as these get designed, come in for other structures. They're not all going to be set up like this. One of them, again, is going to have the shop on it, probably a duplex. Another one is going to be single family. So they're not all like this, but a number of them are. So we are just also, I forgot to mention, Don Bracken is working with the sewer department to make sure there's capacity for everything we want to do there. So that's something we'll do as well. And so I'm sure, to Stephen's point, a contribution is, I'm not, I think there is some maintenance on the roadway already. It is dirt. I think my client already contributes with the neighbors his fair share, but the reason why they wouldn't do that in the future. So.
Okay, thank you. Want to speak to that? Yeah, just for a second. Rick, just stay there, would you? I just want to try. I mean, Campbell, I understand what she's saying. This road's 60 feet wide, by the way. Weird. What was that? Was
biggest
that Ralph?
layout on
How
Nantucket.
did that happen? I have no idea.
Yeah,
I remember
huge.
that from 3 years ago, whatever it was. The apron to Bartlett has never been paved. Like it just sort of washes out. It's a little bit better when they fixed that bus turnoff thing. They did make a little bit of an improvement. And, when we start talking about paving, everybody goes crazy. And then when it gets done, people say, why didn't we do that 20 years ago? Well, because, we change our minds around here quite a bit. But
here's what's good about this. Regardless, Dave is right, though. We gotta have some kind of plan. We definitely want to take advantage of this provision for the 4,000 square feet. But building this today is not the same as building, willy-nilly like it used to be. Like, I think of Pine Tree, I think of Mary Ann, I think of all of the stuff that got done sort of before we knew what was going on, like, for real. We didn't have on-street parking. No one ever had a plan for on-street parking. I'm talking about just a general.
Yeah. No, you're right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's just, we don't have any. Where Campbell lives, all those areas just have no on-street parking. So we have to build this with people love cars. Nobody's banning cars. That's never gonna happen. Whether they're electric or gas or hybrid, you're gonna have cars. And with e-bikes, Joe. And so I think we need to make sure that we have a parking plan that is realistic. There's nothing worse than saying no to a living space because of 2 cars or 4. I mean, that's silly. We need to find a place to put the cars. I think hours of, when we were dealing with the commercial part, all the noise from the pothole shelled road, it's noisy for everybody, right? Vehicles now, these utility trucks have a lot of things that rattle. It's not like it was. It's like rattly, it's like aluminum lattice, right? So, having a management plan where people, not necessarily like a commercial business, but more of like a neighborhood area, like, hey, this is how we behave here. We can't be doing this, we can't be doing that. Definitely parking in the street.
For this site, you mean?
Yeah, because it's gonna be a lot. That's gonna be, not just, houses being built, people just live there, have a good day. This is being set up to be a lot of families.
Community.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's, and it should be, especially considering what the zoning used to be and what it would have allowed by right. It's kind of scary. So, but taking advantage of that, I think it's good. I mean, it's better than having the smelly piles of rot and whatever was going on, all the complaining that happened at that meeting back whenever that was, 3 years ago, 4?
I was at
forget.
home, it was during
But
COVID.
it was
so-
a little while ago. And I don't see anyone, is anybody online right now? Well, that's good. So, do they know, has everybody got their,
I mean, I don't know.
Pony
I
Express
know
mail yet?
at least, Sam Parsons called me today.
yeah,
She seemed particularly more worried about the A&R as opposed to this application. I did talk to her about it and emailed her and told her what we were doing.
because you can create those lots? All those lots?
Because I can create.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Is that what she's upset with?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say upset.
Oh.
She was just questioning. She's usually the organizer for that neighborhood. But she was just questioning, since we had 3 lots and different ownership,
Oh.
whether we could have an A&R for it. So, and I just mentioned that we could. So,
So on that note, there's a neighborhood association, right, for this area?
I don't think there's anything formal.
Formalized?
These are all, remember, these were created by Billy Cassidy, and they're all half covenants, they're all across the street, they're all 20,000 square foot lots cut in half covenant, half
Right.
market
Yes.
rate. And it
Yes.
goes around Sleepy Hollow. They're pretty organized. I've represented people in there. I don't think there's a formal association because it was all done by A&R.
Yeah, it's
So,
just a surprise.
But they are pretty organized. They share in it's a shell roadway. They share in the cost. In the past, they've asked Lindsay the owner to contribute, and to my knowledge, he always has. So there's nothing formal though.
Yeah, no, if there was something formal, I'm like, could he join that part of that group, just as a watchdog?
Yeah,
so to
that would
speak,
make
but-
some sense. But
To some degree. Anyone else have any comments?
Mr. Chair, through you. So Rick, Duplex, unlimited bedrooms, limited parking sounds very attractive, which makes me wonder, what's the pecuniary motive to take this route? And then that leads me to, are there any restrictions on title and ownership of apartments in this zone? Which leads me to, parking is a serious concern, because if these can be sold off individually in a condominium form, that also brings me to, you know, a management plan and blah, blah, blah. So I'm not suggesting that's necessarily the plan, but I think if it's in the realm of possibility, it certainly would be a strong monetary incentive. Small units with a view of the pitch pine trees are hard to find. And that brings on other potential challenges that we as a planning board, I think we'd want to be looking at.
Yeah, I mean, it's not part of the plan, but to your point, it's within the realm. I don't think there are any prohibitions on condominiumizing apartments, or a commercial unit for that matter.
And I'm not suggesting, just to be clear, that's necessarily a bad thing, but it would be if we aren't aware of it and we don't plan for it. Because we'll have a situation where all of a sudden something is happening we didn't anticipate, and it's going to be a problem for the neighborhood. And
Yeah, so I guess what I'm wondering is how you would address that. To say, you know, a condition that if these units are sold separately, I don't know, condominium documents would have certain requirements?
I just wanted to put it out there for it to chew on a little bit for the next one.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
I think what.
Go ahead. keep
Sorry.
going.
I think what Steve just brought up is actually a good point, is what happens to this in 20 years?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I know, Rick, I know.
Yeah.
I hear you, it's private property, blah, 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 but it's, you know, the deed restriction stuff, I mean, that's where we're sort of leaning now, like thinking about that, because that's year-round ownership, et cetera, use is such a big thing, and there's gonna be less and less and less of it. It's not gonna be more, it's gonna be less because of the value. So, I think there's a few other things to consider besides just, you know, where the cars are gonna go. But I'm not concerned about sewer, I'm not concerned about any of that, that's all in flux in that area. There's gonna be a lot more sewer coming from Somerset at some point. So that's irrelevant. So that's it.
One more question.
Yep, please.
To you, Mr. Chair. Rick, what was the number of total bedrooms you were looking at?
10.
10. I just, you know, you might want to think this cottage colony thing's coming up. You could have 12 there and they could be little cottages.
Yeah, I know, I saw that. I saw that on the agenda.
And that would be great because there's a place for your scallop break. You put a shed, you got parking. It's like a really good idea.
Yeah, no, I thought the same thing, and I made a note to mention it to my client as well. If that could pass us, but,
Just throwing it out
who
there.
knows? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess I need a little bit more direction in what you guys kind of envision. I mean, I've heard things thrown out like management plan, which I think might be worthwhile if there are multiple lots used this way.
Code of conduct plan, I don't know what you wanna call it, just how to, because of the on-street parking, not on-street, but people just parking, like randomly. Like, this is what happens, and you can't have it become like that happens in other places, because there was never any thought, right? Nobody ever thought about it,
Right.
you know, so.
Good. No, go ahead, Steve.
Just along the lines of the topic I brought up, I think to be forward-looking, what we'd be looking at is some type of restriction on the form of ownership, so that when and if and when this went to individual ownership, then we could be looking at what additional requirements, like a management plan, additional parking, maybe roadside development in that private buffer. You know, one of the things we don't really do, and I think we're we're going to be coming up against a wall, well, we are against a wall, is we have parking on the street, but it's not in an area that's really been developed for it. So it's an overburdening of the easement. And I think we're going to have to start by, I'm not suggesting that here, but in 10 years, it might be the case. We're going to need to have some type of roadside parking with lines and curbs, and because the parking's going to exist, and otherwise it's like underneath a pine tree and running over a, part of a water shut off, or, it's got to be better organized. So my point is if we restrict the ownership at this point to single ownership, and then we put in a trigger that as a requirement of modification of ownership, there will be a review of other relevant factors, then it ties the owner and it gives the future planning board the opportunity to kind of address these concerns.
Right.
And yeah, and when you say change from ownership, you mean
A change in the type
units,
of ownership.
not the lots.
Change in the type of ownership.
okay.
So if you
Yeah,
went
got
from
Okay.
a single owner to, or a single entity owner, LLC, a corporation, an individual,
Yeah.
to the
Condos.
apartment units
Yeah,
being
yeah.
individually owned or subdivided somehow.
Yes. Okay, and in the meantime, I mean, I can certainly draft a management plan that mimics what you guys approve for employee or dormitories, a person on site, no more cars than our parking spaces, things like that, hours. I mean, I don't know if that is helpful. That's easy. That's,
Well, do you want to, go ahead, Barry. No, go ahead, please.
I honestly think you might be better off looking at something a little bit more enforceable, like deed restrictions in the area. Anticipate what may happen at this point. Because I don't know how we'd come back at this later if you were just to put in a management plan. So I think there's some thank you for forecasting the future for us, potential future. But I think the board would kind of like to know what's happening and what the ramifications are of when that does happen. See what I'm tracking to?
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
I'm
All right,
sorry.
no,
I gotta
no.
be honest. I guess I'm struggling to understand what a deed restriction would do. I mean, in other words, what are you trying to guard against? And then I can draft whatever you guys want, whether it's deed restriction, management plan, whatever. I guess a specific list of your concerns for the future. Parking on the street sounds like is a clear one.
Yeah.
An obvious one.
Rick, may I, Mr. Chair, thank you. Rick, you're smart, imaginative guy, these turn into individual ownership apartments, what's going to happen? Like literally day-to-day life.
Yeah.
Those are the kinds of things that we would need to be looking at. So if, there's some way to, I personally don't have an issue with being forward-looking now so that later you have to come in for restrictions, because maybe there's restrictions that would go on now that aren't going to be as relevant in 10 or 15 years. I don't know. And, that kid's going to be in here saying, my dad did this, and I don't know what he was thinking as a planning board member. But the point is we need a hook. And I think if you guys are more, if the applicant is more, the owner is more comfortable, and the planning board is more comfortable trying to solidify points now, then great. But I think it would be probably most advantageous for everyone to be dealing with it when and if it happens. So somehow we need to get you back here in front of the planning board or whomever it is, if those things go to single.
Yeah. Right.
That's really the goal.
Okay.
Kinda like-
That's easy.
Kind of
Yeah.
like a homeowners association, but it's not, but something that triggers, I didn't mean
Yeah,
to
a
say
condition in your
management plan.
decision.
I know that's
That-
not the right term.
Because that'll go on the deed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Something
right.
that can require, the person that comes in there knows what they're buying.
Yeah, if there's a change.
Yeah,
Right. I mean, that's kind of like what we would do.
Things have to evolve. That's going to evolve. I can see this completely changing in 20 years. And, you know, one day, the people that live out there may want on-street parking on one side of the road. That road is wide.
It's huge.
I mean, there must be a ton of encroachments out there that all could be.
Oh, they're
cleaned up.
all, yeah, it's all,
You know what I
everybody's
mean? I'm just
lawn.
saying.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
It's reminding me of Washington Ave and Nantucket.
Yeah.
You know, so,
Yeah, so that's the kind of thing that we do, you've done in the past, you know, even just as simple as, you know, allowing a restaurant use for someone that you trust, right?
yeah.
But if that changes hands, they have to come back to you to ask permission. I mean, that's the trick.
Everything changes. We're
Yeah.
seeing it in just our time here. It's unbelievable.
Do you want to continue and then come back to us next month and have?
Can I make one more?
Yep.
Now that we kind of put that, we've got the hook concept set. I do believe separate that the concept of a management plan for the parking and the code of conduct wrapped into it and a contact. If this is going to, I'm still concerned about the parking. If I'm voting, I'm going to be concerned about it. But I think it would be beneficial to have that laid out because I can't imagine the neighbors aren't going to be coming in and they will want to know what to expect. And I think it would be beneficial for everyone for you to have presented that, have an opportunity to present that at the next meeting.
Yeah. Yeah.
So just to bring those together.
I can't disagree with
I'm so
that.
glad Steve's here physically right now because he makes me think of things I don't think of, right? Sometimes. So to add to that, and this is the positive side of it, Rick, when one entity owns something with this much, it's easier to, I don't want to say control, but manage, whatever, it's the outcome. When it breaks up, if this was all different lots owned by all different people, I mean, it just, you'd have to have some kind of a plan now for that.
Right.
So when you have one entity kind of managing all this, much easier, much better.
And one last thing.
For now, for the current time.
I totally agree, but you made me think of something I hadn't thought of. I mean, the idea here, and Rick, I don't know if you want to go this way, but the concept of these are all the lots are owned by a single entity.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what kind of flexibility we have, but if you've got a master plan in mind, my friend, bring it forward, and it might be a more beneficial outcome for the owner and for the that small area of the community. And like, I understand the intricacies of that and all that, but there may be a benefit to that because there could be some waivers on maybe setbacks or something that would make it more advantageous for the use there, but it also makes it better for the neighborhood.
Yep.
Whereas if you're doing this piecemeal, you're kind of working within constraints that, and none of us know really the big picture. So I'm not suggesting you're at a point that you could even do that if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But I'd just say maybe consider it.
Yeah, no, thank you. We will, and I'll talk to the owner about that. I mean, we're not there yet. We have loose concepts, and we wanted to get the board's, a sense of the board's reaction to this type of thing, this particular special permit for 3 units. Because we would like to do it on other, that's the only thing we know so far, is that we'd like to do it at least twice or 3 times. So, we might be able to come in. I don't know if we could come in this soon, but sort of the next application, I think, could be much more developed. If we're coming in again, there might be some benefit to coming in for a couple at once, for sure.
Yeah.
Because we could, the other thing you should know is Bracken mentioned, we might want to do some shared driveways here, so we are planning that. I think the client liked that idea as well, which I think will help because we can move parking around that way as well. So, so that's, it's not a bad idea for sure.
Okay. We want to continue?
Yeah.
Anyone want to make that motion?
I think we should. Motion to continue.
You a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, roll call. Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Barry? Aye. Dave? Chair says aye. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, did we pass over your application? The 33 Bartlett?
No,
Okay.
33 Bartlett was continued, but Dan Malloy is back online, so we have his too. To get
No,
to
we
at
skipped
some
over
point,
him
too.
before, right?
Do you want to go to Rick? Go to Paul?
Yeah. Let's
Alright.
go, that's fine. And then I just wanted to make you aware, after we're done sales, Dan's here and we have 2 more to get through after
Yeah,
that.
Paul's been here, and I need to recuse, so.
Yep.
What are we on now?
Sales.
You did a great
Okay.
redesign of this.
Counting on you, Nat.
Sorry, Linda. What do you got?
So I think Steven's it, right?
I like the scarf. There's 4 of us. And does this require
Linda, can I have one, please?
an alternate? Or no? What are we doing here?
Special permit.
Okay. Is Abby on too? Abby's on, right? Oh, okay. So we'll activate Steve for this, Megan?
Yes.
I'm just assuming
Steven needs to be
the
activated, yep.
extra vice chair role, I guess, so
Yep.
it's been a while. So we have 103 Washington Street Sales LLC, and Linda, why don't you go ahead?
As most of us know, it needed a really big upgrade. And the family is now undertaking renovating the building. The apartment's going to be renovated. The office is going to be renovated on the second floor, ancillary. The darker tan on that map is ground cover, and the lighter tan is not ground cover. Almost all of it is happening over areas that are already used for sales seafood. So what we're doing is reorganizing the walk-in coolers and the loading dock on the south side and enclosing that front porch where they have seats now and they always have on the east side towards Washington Street Extension, putting in a new handicap ramp and another exit on the other side, and upgrading the building. And the HCC has already approved it, and the Concom has already approved it.
Okay.
So this is the last stop.
That's huge.
And the reason why we're rushing here is because it's on the list, on Megan's list, to take it out of the RC and put it into, what is it, CN, CTEC, something?
I believe it's CN.
Yeah, and we want to make sure that we get the 50% ground cover, which we're entitled to at the moment.
Yep.
Under RC2, so we want to get this done and the thing filed before it goes in the paper in the spring, in the early winter.
Typically, yeah, early January.
Yeah, so we want to get this done.
Okay.
There have been a couple of, several, I think I included them in your packet, other decisions on this property from before, and so it's basically an amendment. But we're not in violation of the ground cover.
Okay. Emily, you're the only one here, so figured I'd just call you.
He just has nothing better to do.
Okay. You know what I mean. So Linda, the tan is that's the existing stuff that, as I know the property really well. So you said earlier that was the ground cover.
The darker tan
Oh, okay.
is the areas that still count for ground cover, and because we're enclosing the
okay, I
front
see what you're
porch,
saying now.
it bumps the ground cover to
I got it.
50%.
And this was done before we did those things, is what you're saying. You're calculating it all. Got it.
Yep.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? This is a cleanup, good project.
I just got a question. I just want to make sure I'm clear if I may,
You've
Mr.
looked
Chair.
at this.
So
All right.
the new deck area that's currently brick patio, that pretty clearly indicates proposed ramp, so that's your ADA access?
Yep.
Okay. Yep, that was my only concern there. I'll say I did come from the HTC, relatively quick passage, given the amount of work going to be a nice upgrade to this structure and the area as a result.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking.
It's time.
Yeah. Okay. John?
No, good.
Okay. There's
Dave?
no other, is anyone on? Dave, you all set?
Dave doesn't get the special handout, so he's lost.
Dave didn't get the special handout? Oh,
So come along. It's in the packet, Dave. It's just that we color coded it for making it a lot easier.
But I need everything made easier for me. No, I'm excited. It's long overdue. It'll be a great addition down there to have a nice building. So
It's great.
I've got no
Yeah.
questions.
yeah, accept a motion to close. Is there a second? All those in favor by roll call? Dave?
Aye.
Barry? John?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the application.
Second.
Conditions and findings by staff.
Yep, the second by John. All those in favor by roll call? John?
Aye.
Barry? Dave?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Steve?
Steve, I'm sorry, I forgot about Steve.
It's all right, man.
God, Steve.
Aye.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Well,
Linda,
thank
Thank
you.
you.
Wish we had done this at the beginning of the meeting.
I'm gonna save your drawing,
Yeah.
Linda, for memories. So I'm gonna save this.
I'm gonna send this to Dave first.
With the one
There you
from,
go. Stop down and wrap some clams in it and then send it to them.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Steve. I know where you live.
Fresh clams, Dave.
Okay.
Moving right
Is
along.
Mr. Dan Malloy here? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome, Dan.
Good evening. Sorry about the mix-up. I was planning on being there Monday.
Well, okay, happy Monday to you then.
Yeah. we start
You
all
would have
over.
joined us for NPNEBC.
Exactly. All right. Do you want to proceed, please?
Which one do you want to call up? Pilgrim? Is that the
Yeah,
first
sure.
one?
Let's start
I went
there.
up there and looked at that.
Start with the complicated one.
All right, so 21 Pilgrim Road, the application was continued to this meeting. I think some of the board members wanted to go out and take a drive on Pilgrim Road and get a firsthand look to how things look out there. The request is, again, the planning board as part of the subdivision approval of Sophie's Way and what you recently amended, stated that a 15-foot setback was in place off of Pilgrim Road, which is no doubting that obviously you did do that. The question we're looking for now is the design that the people are trying to put in place for the house. They're asking if a small corner of it can protrude into what the planning board prescribed as a 15-foot setback, where it's 10 feet conventionally. And we're looking at about 41 square feet within that 10 to 15-foot zone. And I think what everybody was looking for is to go look at the road and see where other houses sit relative to the road in comparison, to see, essentially to make a determination, is this something that is going to be impactful or not? I can certainly tell you there's multiple other houses on Pilgrim Road that were within the 10 to 12-foot range of the front. And if anybody's had a chance to drive out there, I assume you probably saw some of those. So that's really the sum of it, and really just want to get feedback from the board.
Thank you, Dan. Board members?
Yeah. I went up there, Dan, right, a few days later, and it's an open lot. Like, there's nothing that obstructs anywhere else. It's all sort of contiguous. So the road is the road that has been there for years. I mean, it's not any different than it was when the Congans lived up there. So I have no issue with it at all. So,
Mr. Iverson, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I know last meeting we tried to kind of figure out why, right? And
do we know?
I went back and looked at last year's meeting and listened to it, and it really didn't answer any questions. And if I could ask through the chair, if the two swales have been constructed that were in question last year, do you know, Dan?
I don't know if they have been. I've been out there numerous times. I can't say I've actually looked to notice if they've been constructed.
And were they somehow connected with that 15-foot setback? I'm just trying to figure out why we did that 15-foot setback, because I'm always nervous about kind of going back on a decision we've made unless there's a good reason.
I mean, there's no engineering perspective why the 15-foot would come into play relative to the swale that I could see or understand. I don't know if anybody at this meeting was even present back then when it was put in place. So we don't really have an understanding, I don't think, as to where it came from. I mean, there's multiple other buildings along the street that are 10, 11, 12 feet. I don't know the reason for the specific use here.
Yeah, because it wasn't brought up in last year's meeting when you came in to confirm that it was the portion on Pilgrim Road, not the portion on the lane, on Sophia's Lane or whatever that's called next door to it. So I'm just trying to figure out the history behind it and why, but yeah. And
So
we're
Dan and Dave, I think Rick Bodette might shed some light on this. Is that what you're up for? Yeah. Thanks.
Oh, that would be great.
Well, I mean, I can't really shed any light on it other than my client subdivided it, and so I was involved. And I don't remember the board ever even asking for that, or I can't that 15 feet. I don't ever remember that being an issue at all. So to be perfectly honest, like, it could have been just something left over from another decision, because I have zero memory of any real discussion or anyone caring about the setback and making it bigger than it otherwise would be in the zoning district. So I just wanted to add that.
No, thank you.
No, it's the great mystery. I agree. And I think without an answer, an application asking to have some protrude into it is not the end of the world, in my opinion. So thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dan, can I just, I'm reading that letter from the neighbor. As I recall at the last meeting, because you showed a whole bunch of stuff in the last meeting with other properties, no other property has a 15-foot setback except this one? Is that correct?
As far as I know, this is all the other properties, I believe, on the road are just existing lots or A&R lots. So this is the
I
only
understand
use of
that.
subdivision permit.
I understand that they're in our lots. I should have said that before I said.
Right, so there's no other restrictions I'm aware of on the street.
Nothing, this one lot got restricted for some reason.
Right, when it was first done, this was 3 lots originally.
Yeah.
And so the lot we're talking about now has essentially been cut down to 2 with building restrictions so when you went out and looked at it, you saw a big open space.
Yes.
The back half of that open space is all restricted as to what can be built on it. Which was, that came before the board, I guess, in the last amendment, when we talked about this originally, which ended up pushing this development forward, which is
So
where
you
this.
can't even move this because of another restriction.
There's a development restriction on the back side of this whole property, which basically pushed the house forward, and it was missed. When we did the layout, we missed it originally, which is why we're here tonight.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
May I ask, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, please.
It says staff does not support the applicant's request. Is there an update to that, or do you have any comment on that, Meg?
Well, this was Billy's report, not mine. But I can say his thought process was this was just recently clarified by this board. So what's the rationale to change it?
Gotcha. Okay,
So
yeah,
I
I
think
just
it was
wonder.
more to that than any particular reason.
Okay, I wasn't.
And at that time, if you recall, there was a lot of public input. There hasn't been that sort of input with this hearing, aside from the one or 2 letters you may have received. But that was the reason for that.
Thank you.
Yep.
And if I can,
What is that?
Chair,
What is that?
I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's bay window. I
Joe,
can't figure that shape.
Joe,
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, and if I can just add some flavor to what Megan said, like I completely understand where staff's coming from, but the last meeting I watched, it wasn't so much about establishing whether that 15-foot setback should exist. It was about establishing where that 15-foot setback was, whether it was on the Pilgrim Road side or whether it was on is it Isabel's Way or whatever, whether it was that was where the 15-foot setback was. It wasn't a discussion about whether it should continue to exist or not. It was a discussion about where it existed. So I don't have, I'm not struggling with going back on our decision that we spoke about in June of 2023, because that was discussing about where that 15-foot setback was located. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Campbell?
So, excuse me, Campbell Sutton for the record. I, just in reading it over yesterday, I believe, I thought the discussion was which side of the property was going to be the front of the property, whether it was Pilgrim's or Sophie's Way.
That's what Davis just mentioned.
Right, so, and it was determined, at least in what I was reviewing, that Pilgrim Road would be the front and therefore receive the 15-foot setback. That isn't to say anything other than, this is my interpretation of what I was reading about that. And the idea was that the board would retain the 15-foot setback or Pilgrim Road as the front, right? Versus moving the front to the side, or, because it's on two roads, so it could have either one. And at the time, I think I described it. Does anybody have any questions about what I said? I don't want to.
No, I know what he's talking about. No, we know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that in my reading, that was what it sounded like to me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I can just clarify a couple of quick things, so keep
Please
it
do.
really simple. So the setbacks out here, whatever front is determined in front is 10 feet, whether it's by zoning standards, it's 10 feet from Sophie's Way or 10 feet from Pilgrim Road. It's the planning board subdivision approval dictated 15 feet from Pilgrim Road, which the board did clarify at the last application for this property. So to be clear, it is, right now, the regulation, the amendment, the permit says 15 feet from Pilgrim Road. And that's what we're asking for this to be waived in this one instance.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Hold on, go ahead.
Thank you, Joe.
Grown first.
Dan, sorry. What is that 4-foot?
It's the corner of a building. It's why I said an angle. The way the buildings are, I don't have it in front of me. I could pull up for you. Let me actually, it might be in your packet. Let me look. It's so, okay, if you, in your packet, actually, I think on the very last page of your packet.
Yeah.
So if you look at the very last page of your packet, what you're going to see, it's a little confusing, but there's two lots. And essentially 2/3 of the back of lot 2 is restricted as to what can be built where. And that's effectively pushed. So lot 1 and 2 are being developed essentially as one big lot. And it's pushed everything forward towards Pilgrim Road, which resulted in this requested incursion.
Okay. And what is the reason of this no build spot? Can that be changed to allow this building to move back 4 feet?
That was an agreement with all the neighbors that abut it on both sides. So unfortunately, when we can't go back and amend that with them. That's already been discussed, and that's a no-go.
Okay. And Megan, I think I asked this question at the last meeting. If this was R5, I have this thing and like Andrew's made me think this way for years. Think of what the zoning's gonna change to and what in a new development. It's the same setbacks, right? I'm pretty sure it is. We already looked at that.
Still 10 feet,
Yeah,
Yeah, it's 10 feet.
10 and 5,
So-
yep.
and the ground cover,
It's 30%.
35 for R1, right?
No, it's 30.
Oh, is it? Okay.
R5
It says right here.
is 40.
Okay.
I'm actually going through the past staff report and packets. I can't find minutes, but I'm not finding anything referencing the 15 feet.
I mean, didn't Art do this project, Sophie's Way? I remember that. That was like, what, 4 years ago? So, Oh.
No, 7. It was 2017.
yeah, so it's longer than that. I don't remember any of this, but who knows what we were talking about at the time.
It's a pleasure. What do you
I
want to do?
mean, I just think we need to let this go. I mean, they've got so many restrictions already that the neighbors wanted. So that's why I asked that question about this no-build spot. Like, what are we doing with that? Well, that seems like a more important than this little thing in the front, you know?
So, you want to close? Yeah. Go ahead, Rick.
I never do this. I have to apologize, but just to, I want to go home too. So I represent the neighbors who hold that restriction, and I can confirm for you that the rear restricted part is way more important than what's on Pilgrim Road to my clients who hold that restriction. So
Okay.
you're right about that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so you want to close the public comment? Or, all right, go ahead.
Make a motion to close.
In a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call. Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, it's a pleasure of the board.
Make a motion to, what is the motion for this? To eliminate the 15-foot.
No, just,
you're good.
no,
What are we doing?
just a lot,
Reduce
The
the,
modification of condition 1.
right.
yeah, modification
Yeah.
to reduce the required setback from 15 feet to 10 feet, which is, or what's otherwise specified
Well,
in the underlying zoning
Right,
district.
I would say, Megan, the language needs to be only this spot. Like, in the future, they can't add on to the house and say, we can put 5 more feet.
Oh, and then call
Yeah,
frontage
right,
on
exactly.
Sophie's.
We need-
Okay.
this is
yeah,
Just
yeah.
allow the intrusion only.
Right.
This little,
Okay.
this little thing is it. They don't
Yep.
get anything else. Okay? So
Yeah,
that's
piece
my
of the pie.
motion. That only this adjustment is what they get. The rest of the 15 feet stays.
So you might be able to say to waive the 15-foot setback as referenced in the plan that's before you at this point, so it's very clear as to what section you're
And it's
dealing in.
11 feet in that waiver, not 10.
But close to, I mean, Megan will be able to, I think, get it from there, but
So this is, so we get the
But your
language
point-
right. Not concerned about the motion as much as the language.
The language,
We know what we want.
Oh, got it.
Okay.
yeah, just for that portion, and that's
We
it.
trust Megan. Okay. So on that amendment, anyone want to make a motion?
So move, sir.
I got a second?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call. Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you,
All
Dan.
right, thank you.
All right, see you again
Thank him,
in
yeah,
2
he's got more.
seconds.
He's
I
got
know, I
more.
said, you're good. It's a long Monday, Dan.
Very long.
All right, John P. Murray, 73 and 75 Fairgrounds Road.
Okay.
Okay, Dan Malloy again for the applicant. So we were before you at the last meeting. There was some question in terms of understanding what the end goal is of this subdivision, where we're trying to get to. So to make it easier to kind of simplify it and make it very clear, you should have in your packet a fairly simplistic color illustration of what we're trying to get to. In terms of the getting from the subdivision approval to the rear lot special permit. So what you'll see if you look at that, we're trying to keep the existing house. We're trying to move part of the existing garage building back and build a new house out front. So we're trying to keep it generally as it is now. In the process, you'll see in that plan, there's a shared driveway for all 3 lots. So no new driveway cuts out onto the street. And these are similar things we talked about last time. So I wanted you to see this so you'd understand what we're trying to do.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Board members? No? All right.
It's
go to the public. So, do you want to speak? or do you wanna-
No, go ahead.
Emily, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden for the Nantucket Land and Water Council. I submitted a letter, which I believe was in your packet, to try to help articulate some of the concerns that I raised at the last hearing. I don't necessarily want to be repetitive, but I'd love to just highlight and review a few of those. One of the issues that I had raised last time was the number of waivers that have been requested that have not been justified. Specifically, I also wanted to point out another question, which is that I'm still unclear about the frontage for Lot 2 as it's being proposed for this definitive plan off of the proposed Murray's Way. So looking at the proposed definitive plan for this special permit, it looks like the requirement for frontage has not been met. It seems to show Lot 2 off of the cul-de-sac with what I see as 46.52 feet of frontage, when per the plan, with the reduced frontage calculation based on the cul-de-sac waiver, that 52.5 feet of frontage would be required, and I just don't see that on the plan. In the letter, I also identified that the proposed plan really cannot be approved as it doesn't meet the current zoning requirements, specifically with the lot line running directly through an existing structure. That's also particularly problematic. From the bigger picture standpoint, the letter that I submitted articulates why this would not be eligible for a rear lot special permit based on the clear language in the zoning bylaw. And that ultimately, if the planning board were to follow and agree with the applicant's logic that this does qualify for subdivision based on the rear lot provisions, essentially you're looking at all lots qualifying for a rear lot subdivision given endless numbers of waivers. So it's sort of a question of where does that end for properties. I think the final point that I would just make, and I'm happy to answer questions or address anything in more detail, is, again, there was some discussion at the last meeting we raised, and I think the board also discussed the fact that as it stands, one of these lots certainly qualifies for both a secondary and a tertiary residential lot. So there are other alternatives that would ultimately result with some restricted lots that would have more public benefit from my perspective than another market rate lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Dan, you want to comment or no?
Well, I'd like to at least answer the frontage question related to zoning for Lot 2 that was brought up. So what I think is being missed, so Lot 2 has frontage on the cul-de-sac. You've got 46.52 plus the 12.26. So you do, once you add those up, you do actually comply with the zoning requirements. That's 58 feet, over 50, just shy of 59 feet. So it does actually comply with the cul-de-sac allowance for frontage.
Thank you.
So,
And I mean, in terms of the only other question I could think of with zoning compliance, showing a property line going through a dwelling on a subdivision plan is fairly common. That would just imply that if this plan were to be acted upon completely, then that building would have to be torn down. But that's obviously not our intention.
All right, thank you. Hey, Campbell.
Hi, excuse me, it's getting a little late. So I just have a question about just because the lines on the drawing are so thick, on that cul-de-sac, it does not appear that that lot is a contiguous lot. It looks like it runs into the road and then has another piece to it. Or is there some 6 inches of separation that I'm just not seeing so that it's like a skinny tail? Or whether they're actually separate pieces.
Okay.
So that's just sort of a question. It's hard to see with the way it's drawn.
Dan, you want to reply?
Yeah, so I think the issue there, I think that came up at the last meeting as well. The way this printed out, the lines are very thick. But I can assure you that there is a separation there. It's just the way that the lines print on the plans and the paper, it doesn't appear so. But there absolutely is, because there has to be for this to work.
Correct. Thank you. Emily?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to address or add something with regard to the lot line bisecting the structure, and just point out that in section 3.01 zoning under the subdivision rules and regs, it does clearly state that all lots shown on the plan shall comply with area frontage and other requirements, and that certainly doesn't comply with setbacks as it's depicted.
Thank you, Emma. Thoughts, guys? What do you want to do?
I mean, if nobody has any other questions, I can certainly tell the board and reassure you, I'm sure most of you already know, this application mirrors something that the board has approved, I'd take a guess, 20 to 30 times at least, since the rear lot subdivision provision was put in place. So I don't, from my experience in other permits you've approved and numerous other ones we've worked on, this is something that the board has approved quite often.
So Dan, through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
So going back to the last meeting and some of the things that we were discussing afterwards and subsequently since then, the rear lot is a pretty significant benefit to the property owner in a case like this especially. Rather than, looking at, we have never looked at, when Emily brought up secondary lots and all that. What about deed restrictions for year-round ownership for the future? Not on the front lot, obviously. I'm talking about the rear, the existing lots.
Are you talking about what type of, I mean, you're talking about no seasonal rentals? Is that what you're?
No. Nothing to do with that. Owning it, the ownership of those lots being year-round. Like, is that what the Seasonal Communities Act is going to allow us to do?
I think we're still waiting on guidance on what
Right.
kind of authority we
Right.
have to impose conditions like that. So I'm uncomfortable saying that that's something you could proceed with today.
Right. And this is a perfect example of that, especially in Mid-Island, especially when there's not really a lot can be done with this under conventional subdivision. Bylaws, et cetera. So, I mean, in the past, the things that we get are like nothing compared to what that is today. Getting money for a bike path and getting money for this and that. That's, doesn't amount to anything anymore compared to year-round deed restrictions would today. So, anyway, that's just
I
my,
mean, I can tell you that, I mean, Jim Murray, I mean, John Murray, he lives, I mean,
No, I know.
I mean, he's definitely staying, so he's a year rounder already.
no, I understand that, Dan, you know, you read the paper, or you read something over here, that's where this is headed. All this, you know, pushing towards the ability to have deed restricted properties for year-round ownership is the number one hottest thing that's ever come up. So, and it makes a lot of sense. There's a way to do it. And there's gonna be multiple ways to do it, other than the buy-down program eventually. But this is different. When someone can do this with this provision in the bylaw, that's a pretty big lift. And I know you'd agree with that. It is. So, anyway, that's just if we don't have the ability to do it, then I would say that we would have to, I would look for covenants for any kind of second dwelling in those back lots in the future. Would have to be covenants. You know, that would be that's the only thing we can do today, correct, Megan?
What do you mean, deed restrict the covenant
No,
lots?
I mean, the real lots, the existing lots would have, if we put some kind of condition is under the special permit that any second dwelling that would be constructed would have to be a covenant. Okay. Is there a way to do something to that effect, or is that,
I
too much?
like where you're tracking with that, but
Trying
I think
to come
that
up with
falls
something.
into the same
does?
camp as we haven't really received clear advice
But
from the
we've
state
asked,
yet.
but yet
on
we've
zoning.
asked people that, we've restricted real lots, so we did it on Evergreen.
Yeah, so
We
I-
couldn't, that we wouldn't let them build a tertiary, and one of them, I believe, wouldn't even let them build a secondary on one of them.
So I guess, sorry, I'm just
I'm
thinking out loud and it's getting.
We've
late, so I'm
never
sorry.
gone to that. We've never, we've talked about this, but we've never brought it up as a condition for the real lot subdivision, especially one like this that's pretty tight.
Right, so I
know.
suppose with that logic, if you're able to restrict to a single dwelling unit, I don't see why you couldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, I don't know, maybe Joe's got a better idea. I don't know. Maybe somebody else does. Maybe
But-
Steve. Where's Steve? What are you doing up there?
There you go.
I mean, I don't care about waivers because most of the waivers are things that we don't want anyway. You know what I mean? A lot of that stuff, lights and things that we don't want, but I'm looking at the housing side of it now. How do you get some kind of year-round guarantee in something? Ownership wise, living, not renting, I'm talking about. Yeah.
If I may, so this is the proof plan for the special
Yeah.
permit.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that this guidance will be forthcoming in the coming weeks. So, at least my hope would be by the time they go to convert this to a rear lot, we may have a better sense on what those conditions may or may not be able to be. So with ADUs by right, let me take back my train of thought. With
You're the
other
new commissioner of
suggestions.
this,
So we haven't had a meeting yet.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. We haven't even met yet.
Don't crown it yet. All right, pleasure of the board. What do you guys want to do?
I mean, here's the thing, I like what he's doing. I would want to do this if I was in that position, having those existing buildings and being able to carve out that market rate lot and keep my stuff. That's good, that's what we want people to do. We don't want it all turned into new dirt, right?
Dave, do you have a thought?
Just trying to come up with something. Dave's the AHFT guy.
All right.
Wait, I'm the what, Nat?
Are you still on? Oh, you're not on there now. Abby's on there now.
Oh, no. I just like that, that obviously, Linda has shared her crayon box and that this is much easier to read.
It is.
I have a tough one with this. I feel like we're cramming it in.
Going next door.
I totally trust Dan Malloy if he says it's legit. I just, yeah, I don't know about restrictions. I mean, I mean, it doesn't seem like really, other than the back lot, there's any room for another dwelling, probably. I don't know. This is a tough one. Yeah, I got nothing for you, Nat.
A lot of nothing there.
Okay.
If I could add one thing just maybe to help a little bit, just to clarify. So what we're looking for tonight is approval of the definitive plan, which is the proof. And what the board's historically done on that is, I know it's in the staff report for conditions, is you're essentially approving it as a proof plan, and if it ever was acted upon, it has to come back to the board.
Yeah.
The intent of all the conditions you're talking about, which are definitely things we should look at and talk about, but those can't come into play until we get to the rear lot special permit phase.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
No, yeah, we can't do anything until we get to the special permit as far as restrictions.
And again, Dan, you know, I hate to be, you're the first person. If we had this 7 years ago when Gray Avenue started to become Howard Avenue and we didn't know that was happening, we would have been talking about it then, I can tell you that. So, you know,
I can say from historically.
Welcome to what it's like here now.
What this property, what Mr. Murray did originally was he only turned it into 4 lots. He could have done 5 back then. He didn't, but he certainly could have. But our intent, like I said, is to pursue.
71.
Right.
You're talking about with the other side.
The other side, that all came out of one piece. Right?
Yeah. The gift of R10 in 1977.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I have my batteries down.
we gotta, I'll make we can close the public hearing?
Yes, no, but go ahead, please do.
Emily's up.
Oh, sorry, Emily. Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden. Just one more comment. I appreciate the discussion and consideration for how the lots could be restricted. I think I just wanted to make sure it was clear that our concerns are really more with regard to the process and the way that the board is reviewing these and considering them. You're absolutely correct that this is not the proposal for the rear lot special permit. That would come later. This is a request for approving a definitive plan that, for some of the reasons stated, we don't believe is appropriate to be approved as a definitive plan, particularly the number of waivers for the subdivision for the roadway lot, and for, again, the lot line going through the structure. I think the concern is that a lot of those waivers are taken for granted and are approved because of the intention for this to become a rear lot subdivision, when the rear lot subdivision provisions make it very clear that the subdivision plan is supposed to meet all of the requirements of the zoning bylaw and the rules and the regs governing the subdivision of land. So when there's a subdivision that has required so many waivers and clearly does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw and the subdivision rules and regs, I don't believe it's eligible for a rear lot subdivision based on the language of the zoning bylaw. And that is a big part of my concern with the process of these being approved with a whole list of waivers and then being converted to a rear lot, when I don't really believe they're eligible for a rear lot because of all the waivers. Because the intent of this type of zoning provision is to, again, allow for kind of a unconventional type of subdivision as long as they actually meet all of the standards, and a subdivision could be permitted without creating either more density or more buildable lots that couldn't otherwise be permitted. So my concern is really that these projects are moving through because they're going to be converted to rear lot, but they're not actually meeting all the requirements through the process in the meantime. And that's where I don't believe that the permit should be issued for this definitive plan, and I don't believe that if it is, that it qualifies for a rear lot. So I just wanted to make that clear to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily.
One more question.
Go ahead.
Dan, can I just ask you one more question? I think you answered it at the last meeting, but I forgot. This exclusive use area thing, what is the story with that?
So there's a couple of them on there. One of them would automatically go away. So there's an exclusive use area on the, what is now 71 Fairgrounds Road. It comes across the front. So essentially that's Mr. Murray's front yard. So essentially think of it as an easement. So he has an easement over the abutter's property. So they own it, but they can't use it. He wanted his front yard to stay the way it is. So nobody could build a house directly in front of his front door. That's really all it is.
But will that be part of ground cover? Or is that like sort of this exclusive where it's removed completely from any lots size?
No, so that's still, that exclusive use area is still owned by the abutter at 71 Fairgrounds and is still fully part of the lot area, fully included in their ground cover calcs and everything. They just can't build on it.
No.
I got it now. I'm sorry, Dan. Got it.
Good question.
Got it. So, okay. Got it. That's all I need now. Wow, this is a weird.
Anyone else? Close the public comment. Keep it open. What do you want to do?
I think so.
Go ahead.
I think so. I'll make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Okay, roll call. Nat.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Dave. Dave?
Aye.
Oh, okay, thank you, and I'm an aye, okay. To the merits people. Oh, boy. Don't all jump at once.
Barry, you want to take this one? You want- Okay. Okay, I'll make a motion to approve with the findings, number 1, and the conditions, the 4 conditions by staff. Or the 10 conditions by staff.
10. I have a second? Anyone? No? Dave? Oh, yeah, okay. Motion dies.
Okay.
Now,
Hold for more
I
information.
was about to say, like, do you want to hold for more?
You know,
Go ahead, Dave.
Listen, I don't want to appear that I doubt staff because I don't. But I would like someone else to put their eyes on this and just make sure that we're reading the rear lot subdivision bylaws correctly. And that this is up and up. And again, this is, please, Megan, don't be upset with me. I just want to make sure we see more and more of these. We see more and more waivers involved with them. I really would like just a different set of eyes on them, at least on this one, if that seems like a reasonable request.
Dan, what do you think about that?
I mean, we can certainly go that direction. I would only ask, I guess, to be blunt, whose eyes are we talking about? I'm not sure who else there is, other than planning staff. I'm not sure who else you're asking.
We did this on Evergreen.
I think town council.
What was that? That easement frontage thing?
So that was not creating a roadway lot. It was,
that was a regularity issue, I think.
it was an entirely different issue, but it
No,
was
but it's a
also
similar
little
type
quirky.
situation though, in the sense of getting another pair of eyes. And I think town council looked at that.
I think they did. I'd have to go back on my notes.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's about the whole board kind of being hesitant, and that's why I say that. I want everyone,
No,
I think
I
the
agree
whole
with you,
board should
Dave.
feel comfortable
just-
in the decisions they make. And it has nothing to do with staff. It has just, I don't think we all know really.
Can I just clarify one
Yeah,
point? And
please.
I'm fine with, advancing this to town council, but we keep missing a very important part of the bylaw. The bylaw does talk about, a plan with no waivers, but at the very end of the sentence, it says, or as shown on an approval required plan, approved and endorsed by the planning board, provided that the appeal period has lapsed without appeal. So that means a decision with granting waivers. Okay?
Yeah.
So just to be clear, the bylaw does contemplate that.
I want to give a
And
second.
Dan's point about previous approvals, I mean, I can think of half a dozen of them, and with the shoehorn circle, there's a couple of them on Gray Ave, that's where they all started. And then down on Brock's Court was a beauty, that was before the real lot, but that was a similar situation. And we restricted those lots down there on Brock's Court. That was a while ago, you weren't here, I don't think. But it was a similar situation without the real lot piece, same concept. And we lost that, we won the case, our approval won the case, they appealed it. So, the neighbors, Emily, Dave is saying, I mean, I agree with what he's saying, but this is where things get, be careful what you wish for kind of thing sometimes.
Yeah. And I just think for all of us, for the state of the eyes on us nowadays and the amount of people that question our decisions, I think that this one has enough moving parts that for us as a board and for Plus in general, that it will take some weight off of our shoulders if they come back and say, no, you're doing what you're allowed to do under the real lot subdivision. So, and that's really for me, what it's about. And the hesitance in the board to second that and to approve this, I think it is just proof that we probably need to do that.
All right, thank you, Dave. Barry?
So let me ask a question. I think we're hung here on the waivers and what's going on. Is that a fair assumption? I just want to know, is that a fair assumption?
Not me, but yes, I guess.
I think it's part of it.
That seems to be, what else do we need to flesh out here then?
I think it's the
path.
circle.
I think it's the path to the end.
Yeah.
Does
How
everything,
you get that frontage.
does every box get checked properly? Kind of my-
I'm not sure I understand, but that's okay.
Well, is it gonna be legally, like,
In its current configuration and what it's going to be right now, that's the issue of, we're not clear as to whether everything's gonna pass legal muster or not.
that's kind of my concern.
Okay, so I think what that would mean for the board is to identify precisely what those issues are and be able to say, okay, this is where we're still having a problem with things. Is that fair?
I think it's fair. I think it's like the waivers and then the final plan. I think everything just got looked at by town council.
All right, so the only other question I would have to you is that if what they're saying is true, that they wanted to do a rear lot subdivision based upon this, does it become a matter of whatever waivers we've granted previously still are enforceable and intact? Or since they're changing the use, everything underneath it changes? So that if we didn't particularly, let's say we waived a landscape plan, just for instance, under this, and then all of a sudden we're at a rear lot subdivision, it's like, well, no, we really feel like we need a landscape plan now. Does that is that fair to be able to go back at that, or does that pre-existing waiver stay enforceable throughout the use of things? See where I'm going?
So you're saying somehow prior decisions would be invalidated?
I'm sorry?
Are you saying prior decisions would be invalidated? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that because the use starts changing, because you'd be doing something like a rear lot subdivision, if you granted a waiver and it's like, oh, wait a minute, you're changing what you're trying to do here, is it fair to be able to go back at that list of waivers and say, well, wait a minute, that it worked here, but it's not going to now work here? Or are those just, that's it, one and done?
May I?
Try the different.
Are the
maybe.
waivers bound to the initial decision only?
Yeah, because the
That's what I would
waivers
think.
are tied to the subdivision rules and regulations.
Yeah.
Now, what's mentioned in the special permit phase, which we're not there yet, this is going to serve as a proof plan, if it's approved, to be converted to a rear lot subdivision. This is that very last option where an AR decision has been filed, a plan has been endorsed, and there have been no appeals. So once that appeals period has lapsed, that applicant can convert it to the rear lot subdivision.
Right, that's my understanding.
Yes, so the waivers are tied to this part of the process.
Plan only.
But as we
Okay.
move along, all of a sudden, if it's something different now, those waivers kind of come back off the table and we can look at them again.
No, you can't, because
Okay.
the waivers are tied to
You're-
the
you're-
subdivision
you're
rules
at-
and
okay,
regulations,
I
not the
think
zoning
There
bylaw.
it is. You've answered the question.
Yep.
So whatever we do now, we're stuck with, as it becomes something different in the future.
No,
Whatever that may be.
I think what Meg's saying is, you're not, if this is approved, you're putting in waivers or conditions that bind this particular decision so that you have controls over the waivers and conditions. If the second lot subdivision comes in, which is special permit, none of those waivers or conditions are applicable. This is in a sense the proof.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, now oftentimes, from a practical sense, you do transfer those conditions over, but the waivers are done and over with. They're a part of the subdivision
Okay.
control process.
Just wanted to be 100%
No,
sure, because
yeah.
that seems to be the kind of the sticking point where
Right.
we're at.
I think we just
So-
all just want to make sure, like, that's part of it.
Yeah.
But just, are we going down the right path? So I think 1 month delay.
This is like every 2 or
Possible.
3 years, this stuff comes up now,
Yeah.
with one sort of a little unconventional compared to all the others. You know, and the key with all this was getting the road lots taxed to not have, but here's the other thing though, not having roads that we don't want, not having like, you know, things that we don't like seeing with just a few houses. You know what I mean? Like, we want it to look like Nantucket. We want it to just be a driveway, and that's it. Like, we just had this big argument about Sankaty Road. I mean, kind of the same thing in a different way. That's why I brought that up to him, about the rear lot, but it doesn't help them. So, and then the other issue was the ground cover. Now, this is where the owner gets a benefit. When you have to use land that you don't have to make a road, you don't have enough land, right? This case, they're right at 10,000 in those 3 lots. With that circle, 2,000 something square feet. So that's why I see certain ones, I see more of a bonus than others. Just depends on what the situation is. It's like out in Evergreen, Barry, you were here,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Those lots are all like a little over 80, they're like 81,000. So when it went to lug 1 or R40, there wasn't much land to create.
Correct.
Like they needed the rear lot subdivision or that easement to
Yeah.
do it, you know?
John?
So anyway,
Mr. Chair, I kind of like what Dave was proposing to, to get a different set of eyes on it. So if we are going to delay for a month, would that be part of, and we're going to take this month to look
Yeah,
at?
town council can take it on the
Yeah.
time,
Yeah.
but, so. Guess the question is up to Dan. You fine with delaying is 1 month?
Well, I think hearing the concerns of the board, I think it's yes, I think it's in our interest to continue for a month.
Thank you.
I can check with staff if we need to sign an extension to get another month. I'm not sure what the expiration date is in this one.
You'll be fine. Yeah.
I think you're good through January.
Yeah, January 19th.
Okay.
Thanks for being understanding, Dan.
That's not a problem. I mean, I think it would put everybody's mind at ease and set the stage going forward.
Okay. Can I get a motion to continue?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
A roll call. Nat.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Okay, next on the agenda. Megan, there we go. Zoning
Okay.
bylaw amendment.
I'm gonna
Cottage-
jump
oh,
around
well,
a bit, if that's okay.
Yeah,
because
no, go.
Rick's been waiting here a really long time, and one
Oh,
of those things
jeez.
have to do with him. So he has a client, can pull up the GIS map that
Oh, I've already
would
done that. I fell
like
over.
to move forward with a zoning change. It abuts commercial
Where are
on
we now?
3 sides, and the question is, will you all sponsor that as a board-sponsored article? Or should he move forward with that as a citizen article? So let me get GIS. It's 23 Airport Road.
All right. All right, where are we at here?
It's Ray Conlon's property. It's the
Oh.
Windmill Auto. Half of it already is in commercial. The other half is not. From a
This has
staff
come up before.
planner perspective, it makes sense to go to CN. It's just, the question, is it gonna be by the path of you all sponsoring the article or the citizen?
So
Okay, you want to let Rick make the presentation?
I guess just to add a little color, if it's okay. So I think this changed the half of this property owned by Mr. Conlon changed to CN last year with the animal hospitals change. And for some reason, that back part wasn't included. That's part of what's used now commercially. So we think it makes perfect sense to keep that commercial CN. And that's what we'd like you guys to sponsor. It has been commercial since the 50s. I think I was told it used to be a gas station, and then,
Yep.
And then as long as Mr. Collins owned it, it's been car rental. So given that it was a gas station, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know. I don't know that you want houses on the back of that lot anyway. But we think it makes sense to just keep it all commercial, since that's how it's used now anyway, and always has been. So that's all.
Thank you. What's your thoughts? Anyone? Favor this, not? It was put to Dave and I, and we thought it would be best for the board to weigh in on this.
I'm sorry, what? I didn't catch you.
Just, are you interested, do we want to
No, I
support
know.
this?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you said something different.
No, it came to Dave and I, and we thought it should be put forth to the board.
Okay, there you go. That's what you were saying.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Hey, Meg, can you say it one more time? Do you mind if I ask?
No, please.
No, that's okay. This is not a matter of whether you, I guess, agree or disagree with the request. It's just a matter of, are you agreeing to sponsor this as a planning board, or are you giving the directive for Rick to sponsor it on behalf of his client as a citizen? And it's, time is of the essence because citizen articles are due on Monday.
Yeah, correct. I thought it was better coming to the board.
Yeah, no.
I think so. Yeah, especially here, especially with the Nisha thing recently, and it's sort of in the right thing, discussion, you know what I mean?
And
I do.
And maybe, through Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go.
just clarify, the zone is,
The zone is currently R40.
R40.
They do have the benefit of ZBA special permit for commercial use, and as was already explained, it's always been utilized as commercial. So, I mean, I think it does make sense to move it. It's just what path is most appropriate for that to happen.
So it's a map change to make
yeah.
it consistent with past.
Past practice.
That's use, that's.
And past and current.
Past it.
Right, exactly. Right. Dave, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, Meg, so they're protected by the ZBA, and does that protection travel with the land if he sells it?
Hang on, here comes Rick.
For that use.
Yeah, exactly. As long as whoever buys it wants
Continue the car rental?
Yes. If not, then no.
That doesn't sound right.
Okay, so it's basically grandfather.
For car rental
Yes.
use.
For car
yeah.
rental use.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, I mean, I would support the change. I mean, I think that it's in an appropriate place. It's contiguous with the front part of the lot. I don't have a problem with it or sponsoring it. It's not going to offer greater density or build out, I don't think, residentially, and it already has a protected use. So it's more like it Nat would say, housekeeping.
Agreed. So do you need a vote? Okay. Yep.
Yeah, it's just, well, just officially guidance that we're including this in the planning board sponsored.
Okay,
articles, right?
perfect.
If we,
All right.
we should all agree or disagree to that.
Yeah, okay. No problem. You good?
So we're including it then, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Please, that was what I got.
Okay.
Dave, you're all on board, right?
I am on board. If the rest of the board's on board,
That's why I was gonna take a roll call.
Yeah.
Just-
Oh, yeah, maybe you should. Just do it.
Just to
Yeah.
confirm, okay, so can I get a motion in a second, please?
Motion to include as part of the warrant.
Thank you.
Okay, second.
Okay, roll call, Nat.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
And the chair is an aye. Go
Just
ahead.
wanted to say thank you.
No problem.
Thanks for moving the agenda around.
May
Last
only
time-
saved you 5 minutes, but it's 5 minutes,
So late, what
right?
difference does it make? Gotta go.
Okay, can we go back to Cottage Colony?
Yep, so we
Okay.
can go back to the cottage community. This, I wanted to, bring forward to the board at this stage because it's an entirely new concept. It obviously will move forward with the whole public hearing process. But just, to get some feedback before we submit an official draft. I had already made one change, making the all units, not owner occupied, that was already part of it, but it was an 80-20 split, so 80% at 240 AMI, 20% could be market rate, but just some preliminary feedback was not a good thing. So I made that change. There's been, I guess, let me backtrack, sorry, it's getting late, so I'm a little bit
I understand.
off task. So cottage community, for those who haven't been in the conversations thus far, think Monomoy Village, right? So smaller homes, maybe a little bit more ground cover than what would otherwise be allowed, but smaller style, so 1, 2, 3 bedroom houses. Let me bring up the draft. So it's 2 parts. The very simple part of this that I think we're gonna have to do anyway is define attainable housing in zoning. Just defining that up to 240% AMI. This mirrors the definition that the Affordable Housing Trust used. So as it stands right now, this bylaw would be issued by special permit. It's on a lot by lot basis, and the intent is I mirrored language similar to what you see for the covenant lots, but it's up to 240% of the median household, and it's for ownership opportunity. It's proposed to be allowed in all residential districts as well as VN, CN, and CTEC. Again, the lot shall not currently be subject to any covenants. That language is lifted from the secondary lot provision, so there can't already be some sort of covenant in place on the lot to move forward with this special permit. The lot must also be at least the minimum lot size for the underlying zoning district, so you can't utilize this if you have an undersized lot. All of these units must be single-family detached units, so there is no apartment style, condo housing style, duplex style, anything like that. It's meant to be single-family units, and they all must be owner occupied. And in the conversations we had as a work group, it was very important to capture that part of the market that is sometimes can be missing. So a vital part of our community, and to really allow homeownership opportunities for folks. So the monitoring enforcement agent, that Christy helped me with this language, and this may need to be fine-tuned a little bit more, but the monitoring and enforcement agent would be assigned through the Affordable Housing Trust through a regulatory agreement. So similar to the covenant lots that are in partnership with NHA and Housing Nantucket, that's through those sorts of agreements. So maybe it's the same entity, maybe it's not, but the Affordable Housing Trust would designate that entity. So this is proposed density for you all to consider. Some feedback that I've been getting from community members is perhaps what's listed here in the LUG districts and in larger districts may be a little bit too dense. So, that's something you all should consider and talk about. There is a slight ground cover bonus allocated for anything R10 and above, and part of that, at least as it stands in this proposal, is you're only entitled to that little bit of a bonus if there's a reduction in height. So you can't go fully up to the 30 feet on all units and get the benefit of the ground cover bonus. So it's one or the other. The bedroom calcs, as they had them here, they're slightly above what we allow right now for primary, secondary, tertiary. LUG districts, I went with what could be averaged on these densities, but in practice, I would think that would be sorted by septic regulation. Okay, so we could also change that to as allowed by septic. Setbacks for the underlying district shall always apply. There's no setback waivers allowed. There needs to be a minimum of 5 feet between the dwelling units. And the secondary, tertiary dwelling apartment, all of those things just don't apply here. This is something entirely separate. So we went back and forth a lot on what the parking requirements would be for this, because it's different than what would be called out in the current section 18. So in some districts, perhaps each home only needs a spot, perhaps 2 spots for the entire lot. For this, we suggest that the parking be calculated based upon units. So any 2 and 3 bedroom units need at least 2 parking spaces per unit, and studio and 1 bedroom units should allow for 1. So it's kind of more in line with the bedroom calculation than the structure calculation, which in this instance, if it's a little more dense, the group thought it was more appropriate. So the cottage community needs to comply with site plan review, encouraging clustering of houses in a single space with large open space areas. They should be serviced by a single driveway access off of the main road. The planning board may waive that on a case-by-case scenario, but the intent is to cluster and maybe have, shared parking areas and things of that nature. Any relevant legal documentation, such as the homeowners association, needs to be reviewed by the planning board in advance. So these would be condo ownership. They would not be fee simple, just based on the nature of how this is designed. So it would be difficult to carve these up into a bunch of small lots. I think I missed here the maximum sorry, I'm jumping around. The maximum size for one of these dwellings is 3 bedrooms, so you can't exceed 3 bedrooms. Again, going back to the smaller size encouraged with these dwelling units. So that is it in a nutshell.
Thank you, Megan.
I
Yeah, the
guess
one thing I
any-
heard is everyone was thought this was like by right, and I was like, no, it's a special
No,
permit.
special permit.
So,
Special permit,
yeah.
site plan review, all of those things.
Right, okay. Board members, anyone? Thoughts?
I've got a few, if you don't mind.
Go.
I think this is an excellent idea. I will be a proponent of it. And there are a couple thoughts I had on various aspects of them. Some are technical, some of them are a little more sweeping. I do think the site plan review is an important aspect. I think, from the global scale, parking is going to be a concern at town meeting. And I think if we were, as a planning board, to err on the side of more restrictive, right, at town meeting, we can always lessen, but we can't make it more severe. And I think it would be a damn shame for this to get shot down because of parking concerns. I think this is a very important tool in our arsenal. That's kind of the overview. On some of the specifics, I think on the minimum 80% of the dwelling units, on the low, I'm a numbers guy, so I ran the numbers on ROH, R5, and R10. If it's 80%, and based upon a 5K lot, let's use ROH 5K, at 1250, you can get 4. 80% is 100% because it's not going to break down to, you can get 4 units. If it's 80%, that means all 4 have to be affordable and or attainable. I'm not sure how I feel about that because I think there should be a little bit of an incentive for maybe this to be one of the units on each of these lots. Each of these zones being ROH, R5, and R10, if we went to 75%, because the breakdown of the 1 per square footage per lot area, it would amount to 3 out of 4 have to be attainable.
So right now, all of them have to be 100%. Are you saying it should be less than that?
I think that's a worthwhile discussion personally, but,
Okay.
So you changed F to 100%?
Yeah.
Okay, I missed that part.
Yep.
Yeah, can I just ask Stephen real quick?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dave.
What's his thought process on that? Why less than 100% is good?
I think, look, a lot of this is going to be infill. These aren't brand new lots. So you're going to have capitalization costs of, it's very hard now, time-wise, to get a demolition permit. It's going to take, whatever time it takes to get through HDC. It could take you the better part of a year. You're going to have, sewer waivers aren't going to apply. So you're talking a minimum 20 grand per individual single dwelling unit. Maybe higher, maybe 50 if you've got to run a 4-inch or a 6-inch to the sewer main. You're going to have to run individual water services. So my thought process is with the additional capital buy-in cost to basically become a minor developer of an R5 and or R10 and ROH lot, I think that if there's a little more incentive, which is one of the dwellings, which, by the way, given the nature of these dwellings, is going to be restricted in any event, right? You're not going to have, if we went to 75%, so basically 3 out of 4 are attainable and the other one isn't, it's not like that's going to sell for, $6 million. The very fact of the neighborhoods these are located in and the density on the lots is going to be a controlling factor on the price point. But it gives, to my mind, it was worth maybe considering whether it made sense to give a little bit of latitude on a higher price point in order to get people to buy into this.
Yeah.
So that was the idea there. I extended that out to the R20 by simply decreasing the 1 per 3,500 to 1 per 3250, because on an on an ROH, an R5, and an R10, you'd get 4 units. On an R20 under the 3500, you'd get 5, but it's double the size or 4 times the size of the other lots. So if you simply went to 3250, you could get 6 units. Keep it at 80%, you're still going to get a high number. Or if I don't know what the number is, but what the percentage is. So those were my thoughts on those at this point. I wanted to go back up to B. I think the intent is that if a covenant restriction or similar encumbrance is recorded, because we don't want to preclude people who may have, this is an emergent type of a thing, who have a special permit approved but not acted on, would or could unintentionally preclude their involvement outside the intent of the text. So I just wondering if it were to say the lot shall not be subject to any recorded covenants, ... or something along those lines. So it's clear that you may have a permit or a special permit or some other permit, but as long as it's not eternalized in effect and recorded. So that was that one. I'm kind of going.
Here's my concern on that one is right now a covenant lot is going to be restricted to a lower price point than these are. And so I hate to see the opportunity for a lower price point to be taken over by a 240% AMI.
Oh, Dave, no, I'm not accepting covenants. I'm just saying as long as it's recorded, that's all. They're just differentiating.
Okay. All right.
What was the other thing? A couple other ones will be quick. On the height restriction, I would suggest maybe engaging your HDC commission cohorts. I think that a couple of different thoughts. The Monomoy structures, I don't think those ridges top out at 18 feet.
I was going to ask the question about that. They were like, yeah, they run 17, 18.
Yeah, okay. So, and then the other part of it is not so much only do we want to keep these low slung, but the HEC is going to be the group that has to regulate these. If it's 22 feet and you can get some extra ground coverage, you're going to go, basically my concern is, do we want to support an article if we can be a little more creative so that what the article is kind of pushing is 4 or 5 units that are all 22 feet, because that's what you can do. And you're going to do what is the most cost efficient, which is to build a box that's 22 feet and put a gable on it. Whereas maybe the HDC could come up with some solutions or suggested solutions for a percentage. This is like we were talking about in the building height discussion.
Yes, that's what I was just
where a certain percentage could be 23 feet, but subject to the rest of the percentage being less than X feet.
Right, and but the other thing we kind of came up with is the ratio of like, it looks like a secondary dwelling, but there's more first floor program. But then again, if you have a 3-bedroom and then a 2-bedroom and a 1-bedroom, kind of working at that magic within a development. And that's where we think the sweet spot is going to be 1 or 2 family.
And all I'm saying is maybe try and translate a little bit of that language to this, because it can be really successful in creating these small, if this was limited to 18 feet and they were all going to look like Monomoy Village, I think that would be very successful. But I don't think you're going to get the cost to mobilize construction and do the construction these days is so incredibly high that I think we've got to give people incentive in terms of height, because you can get a second floor in, but the trade-off would be that there are some aspects of the structure, some percentage is a lower.
But at the HCC, you just looked at one on Coffin Street in Sconset.
Yeah.
It's a single story, 1 box, went down, had a full basement.
Yeah.
And it was a 1-bedroom unit. And I thought it was really tastefully done.
It is, but my point is if you've got 4 of these on a lot and it's an R10 lot, it's going to maybe look like barracks if they're all 22 feet and they're gables.
Yeah.
You're going to run out of things to do because you don't have a lot of room to work on orientation. You don't have a lot of room because you have parking, you have a driveway that's a single access. So I think one of the keys to this being successful architecturally in our setting versus somewhere in the mainland is building in, there has to be a little diversity in the height, or at least incentivizing that. That's all.
Yeah, and that's something we were talking about, was the style.
Yeah.
I think it was like, get this and then kind of work on it.
Yeah, no, this is
right?
constructive. I'm not I'm just thinking maybe the HCC could get involved, because who's going to stand up and talk against the height? It's going to be someone from the HCC.
No, and
So
we're
let's have
working on
that
it as well. Is that correct, Megan?
Okay.
Well, the height article isn't entirely.
No, not that, no, but as far as the massing and
we're
designing and.
Oh.
I'm saying with respect to
That
this,
is-
pulling some of that
Yes.
discussion into the text here.
Steve's stealing everything I've been thinking.
So the other one, I'm going to be quick, but I got a couple. I think back to parking, planning board may waive the density standards for the max bedrooms per lot. I have no concern with that. I think, responsible decisions, need to be able to be made, but I just want to reiterate, I think there needs to be a parking formula somehow. Doesn't have to be complex. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a formula, but parking needs to be part of, if you get more and it turns into a bedroom, parking is a concern. Because we're talking infill, basically. We're talking redevelopment of lots primarily. We're talking areas that have 40-foot road right-of-ways with 20-foot developed roads, and people are going to be parking on the grass in the easement or the public right-of-way and overburdening it. Now, maybe it's not, it has to be on the lot, but you have to contribute and in a controlled way, put in some type of a hard surface or a pervious surface within that area so that you're parking not on the grass, you're parking in an controlled environment adjacent to the house.
Little pull-in things.
So, exactly, I mean, they have those, and they're wonderful. They have them down on Halbert Ave, they have them up on Easton. Again, just to get it out in the collective consciousness.
So do you think that I think the parking areas are part of, dealt with in site plan review, but do you think the one space for the studios and 1 bedrooms and 2 spaces per unit for the 2 and 3 bedrooms, that's not adequate enough?
May I have permission to revisit that?
Okay.
I just
I'm
wanted.
just wondering, because if I'm making edits and taking
No,
all this
no.
feedback,
No,
like what direction am I going?
I
with
think
that?
maybe what I'm trying to say is if there's going to be, I think parking overall is a concern. So if you, maybe it's if you get to a certain.
Marble Way.
Yeah, if you get to a certain number of bedrooms, that may trigger additional parking. So say you do 6 and you have 7 bedrooms and you're conforming to the formulas here. But if on the same size lot, if you have 12, I think you might need plus a couple of parking spaces versus just the formula that's here. So I don't know the solution yet. I just wanted to maybe bring up the concept, and I'm not trying to dump it on your lap. Happy to be involved.
No, that's why we're doing this.
Yeah, no, I mean, I prefer to always, if I come with a problem, I want to come with a solution. But I wanted to get that out there. The other one is D, setbacks of the underlying district shall apply. I just wanted to, again, this is going to be infill, so I would suggest that setbacks and setback relief of the underlying district shall apply. For instance, R10, you can get a waiver for 5 feet, and maybe you already have it. And that could be, I don't think that would be disadvantageous a tool, especially giving the sizes and shapes and the requirements for parking. I mentioned the parking there. Last 2, 5B. It's a new set of eyes on these. The lot shall share a single driveway access. Prior to issuance of a CO, the planning board must be provided with an instrument. The idea there is that you're not investing in the instrument prior to getting your building permit, which would be the case if you went with C. Relevant legal documents such as homeowner association exclusive use areas must be submitted to the planning board for review and approval prior to the issuance of any building permit. So the carve out in B would be that the driveway access instrument would be something you would provide after your building permit, just clarifying that, and prior to getting your CO. And then the language that would track would be in C saying that these documents are required for the building, these particular legal documents such as homeowner association and exclusive use area documentation, excluding the common access rights documentation, is required for the building permit. So it's a lot of detail, but the idea is making sure that people don't get locked into having to come up with recorded instruments prior to actually getting a building permit. I think this is really a lot of work that was done, and it's a tremendous potential benefit if it's implemented well out in the community. And please take these as, very constructive input.
So it's 9:15.
Thank you.
Hang on. Are you all done? Because we got Art.
No,
Art's raising his hand.
I want to talk about this, but it's 9:15. When are we going to have another discussion on this? What's the timeline? Is this for this year?
This is for this year. I anticipate that you will have all draft warrant articles to review for your December meeting.
Okay.
And then we can talk about schedule of public hearings in
All right,
January
but-
and February. And I think, in the meantime, if you have questions, comments, concerns, feedback, please come talk to me.
Should I just go to
Yeah.
Art and then
Yeah.
we'll?
Oh, that's on.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry
Art
about that.
Casparo, do you want to go ahead, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very, very brief. I appreciate what the board's trying to do here. I just would say that it's always harder to pull something back than to let the line back out a little bit. And perhaps before this actually gets published, you consider maybe restricting it to just a district or two before it goes island wide, and see what kind of hiccups and how well it might work. My observation of this is that it's actually going to create quite a bit of speculative building. And in a way, I think that's good. You could create some of the housing and you look at the affordable, but the other side of that is to consider that these units, I believe, could be sold for $1 million each. So now someone could come in. I looked at, for example, just quickly, one lot in, say, R20, 30,000 square feet right now has one house on it. You rip it down, you build 8. All of a sudden that's $8 million, right? There's, and then all the impacts, increasing that kind of density in that area. And so I think you have to be very careful. I'm aware of, I looked at a couple of 100,000 square foot vacant lots with minimum frontage in Lug 1 at the end of a sleepy 16-foot gravel road. All of a sudden you're looking at 40 houses back there on that. I think we should go a little bit slower than island wide. And I'll sort of stop there because I understand, the impacts on the other side of this increased kind of density. When it goes out, there'll be people looking to sort of from my side of the table, if you will, how that maybe could work on a for-profit basis. So thank you for working on this. That's it.
Thank you, Art.
Art's making a couple of really good points. But here's one you could add too, is when you hear the term cottage colony, you think of open land. Like your brain goes into the 60s where all this land, right? But there isn't any. And you brought up all the infill idea. That's where we were going when we had our meetings with Val, is the ground cover. When you said that, Steve, bring in some of the conversation we've had about the ground cover bonus for affordability. It fits into this conversation. I just don't know how to get it into this article if we do it, but I think it's worth it because that actually is as important. When we first came up with the tertiary covenant idea, one of the surveyors, I'm not going to mention which name, said to me, first problem you're going to run into is people are going to have a ground cover limit that stops them from building what they should be able to build. And when we went to 900 square feet for the tertiary versus 650, that just makes it that much more complicated. Then you got the modular companies. You have to think of all of that. What are they doing easier? What's cheaper for someone? Right. All of those little pieces, and then the stuff that you brought up with her, I don't even understand half the things you were talking about with it. But it's the same conversation.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I just don't know if bundling stuff together might be better than having just this part.
Well, on schedule wise, if I may.
Okay, go ahead 1 second, then we'll get to Emily.
So the idea, schedule wise, maybe the HCC does need to get involved, but if they do, I think it would need to be soon. So maybe if that's something you were in support of,
I think we should have
Meg would know and she could send out we can talk about it and I can work it into my agenda as the chair for the HDC. I think the last comment I just want to make tonight on this is on Art's. I think he makes a good point, and I would just try and refine that a little bit. For me, the concept is that this would be a pilot in the infill areas, and what I refer to it, the gritty areas, generating residential infill today. And that's for this type of attainable workforce, year-round housing, where there's water, where there's sewer, where you can literally walk to places. And then we're not adding to a problem by turning LUG 3 or 4 into these large cottage counties, which may be a very successful endeavor at some point in the future. So if we go to limiting it, my suggestion would be, you're probably talking R5, R10, and R20, and ROH probably not, because there's going to be a higher return there for people to, maybe ROH too. But I think the percentages of how many to develop as affordable in ROH is going to be different than in R5. Right. Even though they're the same square footage, the same ground coverage, you're going to have a premium 100% in ROH for sure. So anyways, on that concept Art had brought up, I wanted to see if I could anchor the idea of maybe the infill and take advantage of the fact that we already have utility infrastructure in place, water and sewer, and although we're going to still need cars, it's going to be less vehicular dependent because it's in areas. Where's R5, R10? It's over here.
No.
It's by the Stop and Shop. So
It's
anyways,
where we have
there's some
parking
thoughts.
issues, Stephen.
Pardon me?
It's where we have parking issues.
Yeah,
Right.
so you can walk.
So, that's the other balance is the sewer and what we're going to do with the septic.
Yeah.
So Emily,
Anyways.
and then we'll close this out.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, real quick. First of all, also thank you for bringing this forward and for having it on the agenda. Just a couple of other thoughts to kind of piggyback on what's been said. I also had some just questions about infrastructure such as water and sewer, and also thinking about some of those other outlying larger lots, even like the oversized lots in Lug 1 and Lug 3. When you think about certainly the number of bedrooms would restrict how many units would ultimately be on those lots. But you think about and start to do the calculations on how much additional ground cover could be constructed in areas right on the harbor or adjacent to sensitive watersheds. And so just a question of, for some of those lots outside of town, larger lots, that's one thing to consider. And then another thing to just bring up is whether the density chart would in any way be impacted by wetlands on a property. So if a huge percentage of it was wetland, would that go into considering from a square footage standpoint, how many units could be constructed on it? Just something else that came to mind when I was reviewing this. But I think to some extent, it goes back into the idea of maybe really liking to see something like this as a pilot in some places, but putting some additional thought into some of those additional water and environmental impacts on the larger lots. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Interesting.
I like this. And what Emily's talking about, just real quick, Tom Nevers is the best place to have this conversation. Because why? Because they got everything. They got the 10,000 railroad lots, then they got the 50,000 ones, then they got the real lots, and then they got the airplane lots, those 5-acre beauties out there. And there's a lot of locals still own property out there. That is not gentrified, like, one at a time, but it hasn't just gone the other way.
No grocery stores, though.
That's okay. You don't
See?
need a
See what I was
grocery store.
talking about?
It's very
So
funny, you read
what
my
she's
mind.
saying is a criteria, like a sort of like a sewer district criteria. What makes this property go in the sewer district or not? It has a checklist. What makes this property qualify for this? I think that's kind of like what Emily's saying. That's what I was thinking before she said it. Something that would, if it's island-wide, there has to be a restriction of something. You know what I mean?
Megan, you happy with all the comments? Feedback?
This is our first time talking about it.
This is
Isn't that
just
good?
a start,
I mean,
and that's why.
does anybody remember, it was Dinsmore? Like, that was what that was called. Somebody's got that sign in the basement.
One more question, Emily.
The only thing that I forgot to say was, I think just in general, some consideration and for further discussion on what the implication of something like this in different districts would be for the build out, the idea of the build out for the island and how that impacts all of our infrastructure needs going forward, I think, because this could obviously dramatically change the density in certain areas.
Agreed. Okay, thank you. Okay, next.
Bedrooms are unlimited on
Yeah,
lots.
see,
That's where this is like the
We're
tertiary.
gonna talk about this
You
later.
guys, we still have one more.
Yeah, we
item to
got
get to.
contract amendment.
Oh, what is it?
Okay, so we have a contract amendment for Judy Barrett, for
Oh.
Planning Group LLC for the master plan. This is gonna be part one of two contract amendments that we have. For funding reasons, they have to be dealt with separately. But the increase is to allow for additional community engagement, which is something that is quite important. So if the board would be so inclined to motion to approve that contract amendment, it will be before the select board on Wednesday.
Okay, any comments? Oh,
Second.
second. All right. Dave, did you second?
Sure.
Okay, perfect.
I think you did.
Okay, a roll call. Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Barry? Dave?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Okay, next planning board meeting is Monday, December 9th, 4 PM hybrid. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Well done, Joe.
All right, roll call.
You have a
Matt?
new job, Joe.
John? Barry? Dave? And I'm an
Good
aye.
job, Joe. Aye.
Good night.